The scent of olive oil lamps mingles with sea salt on the night air. Beyond the palace walls, waves whisper against the shores of the Thermaic Gulf. Inside, in chambers hung with Tyrian purple, a woman labors in childbirth while priests murmur incantations older than memory. The year is 356 before our common reckoning, and the world is about to shift on its axis, though no one yet knows it. In the rugged northern kingdom of Macedonia, where Greek refinement bleeds into something wilder, more ancient, a child draws his first breath. That same night, far to the south across dark waters, flames consume the temple of Artemis at Ephesus. The palace at Pella smells of wood smoke and wine, of horses and iron being worked in forges beyond the courtyard. This is a place where marble statues stand beside rough-hewn timber, where philosophers debate in halls adorned with frescoes showing both heroic Greeks and mounted warriors in strange foreign dress. The Macedonians occupy a liminal space, neither fully Greek nor quite barbarian, dwelling where civilization frays at its edges. Their vowels fall differently than the pure Attic spoken in Athens. Their customs carry the weight of older, darker practices. Yet their kings trace golden threads of ancestry back through time, claiming Heracles himself as forefather and through the mother's line, descent from Achilles of the swift feet, that brilliant doomed hero who chose glory over long life. The wooden columns, cedar from Lebanon, crack and groan as fire climbs toward the star-strewn sky. One of the 7 wonders of the world burns to ash while the goddess herself, so the storytellers will later whisper, attends a more important birth. Truth or legend, who can say? Time smooths all sharp edges into story. Philip, the father, is a force of nature trapped in human form. In his youth, he knew the inside of a prison cell in Thebes, held hostage to guarantee his kingdom's good behavior. But what the Thebans meant as humiliation became education. He watched their sacred band drill, 300 pairs of lovers who swore to die rather than flee while their beloved still lived. He studied the tactics that made Theban armies feared throughout Greece. When fate and family intrigue finally brought him home to claim Macedonia's throne, he carried those lessons like seeds waiting for fertile soil. The army he inherited was little more than tribal levies, brave enough but undisciplined, armed with whatever weapons their families could afford. Philip transformed them into something new under the sun. The sarissa, a pike so long a man could barely carry it alone, became their signature. 18 feet of cornel-wood tipped with iron, held in both hands, creating a forest of spear points that no cavalry could penetrate, no infantry could break. The boy growing in these halls will hear these stories before he can properly walk, will fall asleep to tales of demigods and monsters, of labors accomplished and fates fulfilled. Into this atmosphere of controlled violence and burning ambition comes Alexander, first of sons, heir to everything. His mother Olympias arrives from Epirus, trailing mystery like incense smoke. She keeps serpents sacred to ancient goddesses. She dances in midnight rituals on the mountains, possessed by divine madness, her hair unbound, her voice raised in wordless ecstasy. The ancient chroniclers, writing generations later with styluses scratching on papyrus, paint her as passionate to the point of danger, jealous, fierce, a mother who will destroy anything threatening her son's destiny. The marriage between Philip and Olympias crackles with tension, electric as summer storms gathering over the mountains. patience. They are both too strong, too certain, too unwilling to bend. Hour after hour they drilled in the fields outside Pella, moving as one body, their individual wills subsumed into the greater organism of the phalanx. The ground trembled under their unified step. The air sang with their synchronized breath. Stories cluster around Alexander's childhood like bees around honeycomb, sweetened by time, impossible to separate truth from embellishment. The tale of Bucephalus has been told 10,000 times, but still it gleams. Picture it. A horse is brought before King Philip, black as midnight, tall and powerful, wild-eyed and dangerous. The merchants who brought him want an enormous sum, claiming he is descended from the legendary horses of Diomedes. But the animal is too fierce, too unpredictable. He rears and strikes with iron shod hoofs. Grooms scatter. Philip waves the merchants away, unwilling to pay for an animal no one can ride. But his son, barely into adolescence, lean and sun-browned from hours in the gymnasium, steps forward. The boy has been watching, really watching, in the way that will characterize his whole life. He sees what others miss. The horse shies from his own shadow, confused and frightened by the dark shape that follows wherever he turns. Alexander asks his father's permission to try, and Philip, perhaps amused by the presumption, perhaps curious about what his strange, intense son will do, agrees. The boy approaches slowly, speaking in a low, steady voice, words too soft for the watching crowd to hear. He takes the bridle gently, no sudden movements, no aggression, and turns the horse to face the sun. The shadow falls away behind, invisible now, no longer a pursuing monster. The horse's ears flick forward. His breathing steadies. Alexander keeps talking, that low, hypnotic murmur. And then in one fluid motion born of hours practicing in the cavalry drills, he is up, seated, his thighs gripping the barrel of the horse's ribs. They stand still for heartbeat, boy and beast, and then Alexander gives the slightest pressure with his knees, and they are moving, first walking, then trotting, then suddenly bursting into a gallop, circling the field while the watching men cheer or gasp. When Alexander returns and slides down from Bucephalus's back, Philip embraces him with tears bright in his eyes, saying that Macedonia is too small for such a son, that he must seek a kingdom worthy of his abilities. Whether Philip actually spoke those words, or whether they are the invention of court historians polishing the tale, they capture something essential. His education begins with athletes and warriors teaching him to ride, to fight with sword and spear, to wrestle in the Greek fashion, naked bodies gleaming with olive oil under the Macedonian sun. But Philip wants more for his heir than military excellence. When Alexander reaches 13, the king sends invitations to the greatest minds in the Greek world, and Aristotle himself, pupil of Plato, teacher of future generations, accepts the commission. The philosopher establishes his school in the sanctuary of the nymphs at Mysa, a grove where clear water flows over smooth stones and dappled light falls through oak leaves. Here, away from the political intrigue of Pella, away from the clang of the forges and the shouts of drilling soldiers, Alexander and the sons of Macedonian nobility gather to learn. They study the golden verses of Homer until they can recite whole books from memory. They dissect the arguments of rhetoric, learning to sway assemblies with carefully constructed speeches. The child who grows between these two poles of parental intensity absorbs something of each, his father's calculating brilliance and his mother's absolute conviction of divine favor. From the beginning, Everyone sensed this child was marked for something extraordinary. Of all the texts they study, the Iliad burns brightest in Alexander's imagination. The story of Achilles, his ancestor, that brilliant, violent man who knew from birth he was marked for early death and chose to embrace it, to live furiously in the time given rather than settling for safe obscurity. Alexander will carry a copy of Homer everywhere he goes, keeping it under his pillow alongside a dagger, the twin tools of civilization and survival. Years later, standing beside what may or may not be the actual tomb of Achilles at Troy, he will run naked around the monument as custom demands, garlanding it with flowers, declaring himself blessed to have such an ancestor, blessed to have found a Homer to immortalize him as Achilles had been immortalized. The relationship between student and teacher is complex and will grow more complicated with time. Aristotle teaches that Greek culture represents the pinnacle of human achievement, that barbarians are naturally suited to slavery, that the rational Hellenic mind should rule over the passionate Oriental temperament. They examine plants and animals, learning to categorize the natural world, seeking the underlying order beneath apparent chaos. Aristotle opens their minds to the idea that knowledge is unified, that understanding politics and understanding biology are part of one great project of comprehending reality itself. He does not study alone. Philip has gathered the sons of his companions and nobles, creating bonds between Alexander and the boys who will one day lead his armies, govern his provinces, shape his legacy. They compete endlessly in the gymnasium and in the classroom, wrestling matches and philosophical debates, learning to trust each other and learning where each excels. Hephaestion, who even in youth is tall and beautiful, becomes closest of all. Their bond goes deeper than friendship, though the exact nature of it is something the ancient sources handled delicately. Speaking in the language of heroes and their companions, Achilles and Patroclus, Heracles and Iolaus, leaving unstated what need not be said. Ptolemy is there too, who will rule Egypt after Alexander's death and commission the histories that shape the story for all later generations. Alexander absorbs these lessons, but will eventually complicate them in ways his teacher never intended. Will marry Persian women and adopt Persian dress and attempt to blend rather than dominate. Will die trying to fuse East and West into something new. The physical training never ceases. Macedonian nobility proves itself in blood and sweat. The mountains around Pella are dangerous, populated by boar with tusks that can disembowel a man, lions whose roars echo down the valleys at dusk, bears massive and unpredictable. To hunt these creatures with only spear and shield, to feel the ground shake as a boar charges, to see the moment its tiny vicious eyes fix on you and know it has committed to the attack, to plant your spear and hold against the impact. This is the testing that transforms boys into warriors. Alexander excels at this, as he seems to excel at everything, though his excellence comes not from size, but from intensity. He is small, compact, built like a wrestler rather than the towering hero later artists will imagine. His endurance is legendary, even among the tough Macedonians. He can march all day and debate philosophy all night. Cassander and Craterus and Perdiccas and Nearchus, names that will echo through the halls of power, all growing up together in Misa's green sanctuary, bound by shared experience and the charisma of their prince, who even then seems marked by something divine or perhaps just absolutely convinced of his own destiny. As Alexander grows from boy to young man, Philip's ambitions devour Greece. The southern cities watch with growing alarm as the Macedonian king's influence spreads like oil across water, impossible to contain. Through a combination of military victories and shrewd diplomacy, through well-placed bribes and timely displays of overwhelming force, Philip brings city after city into his orbit. Athens, proud Athens of the silver-tongued orators and magnificent temples, fumes but cannot quite bring itself to act decisively. Thebes, stubborn militaristic Thebes, prepares for war. Dozens of smaller city-states calculate odds and pick sides, or try to remain neutral. The balance of power that has governed Greek politics for generations is collapsing. Philip has changed the rules of the game, professionalizing warfare in a way that renders the old citizen-soldier model obsolete. His ultimate goal shimmers on the eastern horizon, visible to anyone who thinks strategically. His voice is harsh, perhaps from shouting orders across battlefields, or perhaps simply the voice he was born with. His eyes are peculiar, one dark and one light, according to some sources, heterochromia that makes him memorable, makes people uncomfortable meeting his gaze, as if his mixed eyes reflect a mixed nature, part human and part something else. When Alexander reaches 16, Philip judges him ready to bear real responsibility. The king must campaign in the north against troublesome tribes, and he leaves his teenage son as regent in Macedonia, entrusting him with the royal seal, the authority to issue commands in the king's name. It is an extraordinary show of confidence, and Alexander seizes it with both hands. The Mede, a Thracian tribe that has paid tribute to Macedonia for years, see Philip's absence as opportunity and rise in rebellion. A more cautious regent might send messengers to recall the king. Alexander instead gathers troops, assesses the situation with a quick, analytical mind Aristotle trained, and marches. The campaign is brief and decisive. The Mede are crushed. On the site of their principal town, Alexander found a new city and names it Alexandropolis, his first city bearing his name, established at age 16. The message could not be clearer. The heir is not ceremonial. He is capable, ambitious, ready to lead. He will unite the Greeks under Macedonian leadership and launch a war of revenge and conquest against Persia, that vast empire that invaded Greece generations before under Xerxes, that still looms as threat and temptation with its legendary wealth, its endless territories, its cities of wonder and strangeness. 2 years later, the great confrontation comes, at Chaeronea, in the summer heat when dust devils dance across the plain. Philip's army meets the combined forces of Athens and Thebes. This is the battle that will decide Greece's future. Philip commands the right wing, and the center where the phalanx stands bristling with sarissas. To Alexander, 18 years old, he gives command of the left wing, the companion cavalry, the elite shock troops who will deliver the decisive blow. The enemy forces are brave and well-trained. The Theban sacred band holds the place of honor, 300 men in 150 pairs, lovers who have sworn never to retreat while their partner lives, who would rather die together than live separated by the shame of cowardice. When Philip returns and hears what his son has accomplished, does he feel pride or perhaps a touch of unease? The boy is surpassing him young, and Philip is worldly enough to know that fathers and sons in royal houses often end as rivals. But Philip's tactics and training prove superior. The battle flows and shifts like water, finding channels. The phalanx grinds forward, an inexorable pressure that forces the enemy to adjust to shift to create tiny gaps in their line. Philip may even intentionally order a tactical retreat on his wing, drawing the enemy forward, making them stretch their formation. And then Alexander sees the moment he has been waiting for, the opening created by enemy success, the gap between units. He does not wait for orders. He leads the companion cavalry forward at a gallop, wedge formation, heavy horses and armored men driving like a spear point into the vulnerable joint of the enemy line. The impact is catastrophic. Men and horses collide with the sickening crunch of breaking bones and tearing flesh. The Macedonians push through, widening the breach, getting into the rear of the enemy formation where chaos multiplies. The Athenian line begins to crumble, but the sacred band does not retreat. They reform in a circle around the breach, shields locked, spears leveled, fighting with desperate courage. Alexander's cavalry hammers at them again and again. Gradually the circle shrinks, tightens, as men fall wounded or dying, but none break and run. When the battle finally ends, all 300 lie dead, their formation unbroken even in death, a circle of corpses that marks where they made their stand. The Athenians remember their city's glory days, when they broke the Persian invasion at Marathon and Salamis, when they led the Delian League, when their silver mines and merchant fleet made them wealthy beyond measure. They fight to restore that glory, to push back the Macedonian threat. Philip's victory at Corinthia makes him master of Greece. The city-states have no choice now but to acknowledge Macedonian dominance. Philip establishes the League of Corinth, binding the Greek cities in an alliance under his leadership, and declares its purpose, war against Persia. Alexander, surveying the carnage afterwards, is reported to have wept at the sight, moved by such courage even in his enemies. It is not the last time his capacity for sudden emotion will surprise observers. The fracture comes at a wedding feast, that most dangerous of occasions where wine flows freely and old resentments surface. Philip has married again, taking a young Macedonian woman named Cleopatra, niece of one of his generals, Attalus. This is politically charged because Cleopatra is fully Macedonian, while Olympias is foreign, from Epirus, and therefore Alexander's claim to the throne could be questioned. At the wedding celebration, Attalus rises with a wine cup in his hand, his face flushed from drinking, and proposes a toast. He prays to the gods that this marriage will produce a legitimate heir to the Macedonian throne. The implication detonates like lightning striking the hall. Alexander, sitting at the high table with his mother's foreign blood flowing through his veins, his legitimacy suddenly questioned in public, reacts with volcanic fury. He seizes his own cup and hurls it at Attalus, his voice cutting through the sudden silence to ask if Attalus dares call him a bastard. Philip, also drunk, struggles to his feet and draws his sword, lurching toward his own son. But the king's war-damaged leg betrays him, and he stumbles and falls heavily to the floor. Alexander stands over his fallen father and speaks with withering contempt, remarking that here lies the man who plans to cross from Europe to Asia, but cannot manage to cross from one couch to another. The great campaign will finally happen. The revenge for Xerxes' invasion generations ago, the conquest of the wealthy East. Philip sends advance forces across the Hellespont to secure a foothold in Asia Minor. Everything is falling into place, but the domestic situation is deteriorating, poisoned by jealousy and ambition and the complexities of polygamous royal marriages. Alexander takes Olympias and leaves Macedonia, going into exile in Epirus. It cannot last. Alexander is too obviously the heir, proven in battle, popular with the army, trained from birth for command. Philip cannot afford to alienate him permanently, not with the Persian invasion looming. Through intermediaries, through careful diplomacy, through compromises that salve everyone's pride, if not their feelings, the breach is mended. Alexander returns to court, but something is broken that cannot be fully repaired. Trust is cracked. The easy relationship between father and son, commander and subordinate, king and heir, has become complicated and careful. Then, in the year 336 before our Common Era, at another wedding, this one for Alexander's sister, tragedy strikes, or fate unfolds, or conspiracy succeeds, depending on which theory you favor. Philip enters the theater where the celebrations will occur, walking ahead of his bodyguards in a show of confidence, and a young man named Pausanias approaches and drives a knife into the king's chest. Philip falls, blood spreading dark across his ceremonial robes, his breath coming in ragged gasps that quickly weaken and stop. Who was behind it? Pausanias had a personal grievance against Philip. That much seems clear from the sources. Something about being raped or insulted by someone in the king's circle and Philip refusing to punish the offender adequately. Personal revenge is plausible, but suspicion falls on others too. Olympias had motive, her position and her son's position threatened by Philip's new marriage. Alexander himself had most to gain, ascending to power immediately rather than waiting years or decades for his father to die naturally. Persian gold might have bought the assassination, preventing the invasion before it could truly begin. The truth dies with Pausanias on the theater floor. Then he turns and walks out, the silence behind him thicker than walls. The palace atmosphere grows heavy with faction and suspicion. Pausanias tries to flee, but is brought down and killed, silenced forever before he can name any accomplices if he had them. The murder weapon falls to the dusty ground, and Macedonia suddenly lacks a king. Alexander's position is immediately precarious, balanced on a knife's edge above an abyss. He is young, untested as a ruler, surrounded by potential rivals and actual enemies. Within the royal family, other men have theoretical claims to the throne, and in Macedonian politics, theory can quickly become reality if backed by enough swords. What survives is the fact that Philip, who united Greece and built the army and planned the great conquest, dies on the cusp of his greatest triumph, and his 20-year-old son inherits everything, all the power and all the danger. The Greek cities, never happy under Macedonian dominance, see the transition of power as opportunity. Rumors spread that Alexander is young and untested, that he lacks his father's genius, that this is the moment to throw off the Macedonian yoke. Thebes begins gathering forces. Athènes débat des interventions. To the north, the tribal peoples Philip had subdued through years of campaigning test the new king's resolve with raids and provocations. Alexander faces threats from every direction and has to prove himself immediately or watch his father's entire legacy crumble. Alexander acts with decisive brutality, eliminating potential rivals so swiftly that the full extent is hard to track in the sources. It is ruthless, but probably necessary by the savage mathematics of ancient monarchy. Fail to act decisively, and you will almost certainly be killed by someone who does act decisively. Better to be the killer than the killed. First comes a rapid campaign in the north, marching the army with punishing speed through rough terrain, fighting skirmishes and battles against the Tribali and other tribes, demonstrating that the new king is at least as dangerous as his father was. The Macedonian army, that professional instrument Philip forged, functions perfectly under Alexander's command, which reassures the soldiers and terrifies his enemies. Then he forces the Danube crossing, the great river that marks the edge of the known world, to Greeks, driving barbarian forces back and establishing his reputation for audacity. Rumors reach Thebes that Alexander has been killed in the northern campaign. The reports are specific enough to be believed, detailed enough to be convincing. The Thebans, encouraged by these reports and by Athenian promises of support and probably Persian gold, rise in rebellion and lay siege to the Macedonian garrison holding their citadel. It is a direct challenge to Macedonian power and to Alexander's authority. The new king receives word while still in the north, and his response is characteristically swift and shocking. He marches the army south, covering the distance so quickly that it seems impossible, and appears before Thebes days before any reasonable person expected him. His response reveals the character that will define his reign. Bold, swift, utterly uncompromising, willing to embrace extremes that more cautious leaders would avoid. But while he campaigns in the north, more trouble brews in Greece. He offers them a chance to surrender, to back down, to blame everything on a few ringleaders and avoid catastrophe. The Thebans refuse, perhaps expecting Athenian help, perhaps simply too proud to submit. What follows is a lesson written in blood and ashes, a message that will echo through Greece for generations. Alexander's forces storm a city. The fighting is savage, house to house, street to street, the Macedonians and their Greek allies taking revenge for the rebellion. In the battle and its immediate aftermath, 6,000 Thebans die. The rest of the population, perhaps 30,000 people, are sold into slavery, families torn apart on the auction blocks, children crying for parents, ancient lineages scattered like dust on the wind. The city itself is razed systematically, buildings pulled down, walls demolished, streets erased. Only the temples are left standing, and the house where the poet Pindar once lived, spared because even in his fury Alexander respects culture and poetry. The complete destruction of Thebes, one of Greece's most ancient and noble cities, home to Epaminondas and the Sacred Band, sends a shockwave through the Greek world. No other city dares revolt. The lesson is learned. With Greece terrified into submission, Alexander turns his attention east. The great project his father began will now be his. The Persian Empire stretches from Egypt to India, from the Mediterranean to the frontiers of the known world, encompassing dozens of peoples and languages and cultures, ruled by the great king in his capitals at Susa and Persepolis and Babylon. The empire's wealth is legendary, its armies vast, its power apparently unshakable. Darius III sits on the throne, a monarch who commands resources that dwarf Macedonia's entire economy. On paper, the coming war is absurdly one-sided. The Persians should crush this minor northern kingdom as easily as a man crushes an ant. When the Thebans see the Macedonian army outside their walls, many refuse to believe it is actually Alexander, thinking it must be some other Macedonian force, because how could he possibly have arrived so fast? Alexander is more dangerous than his father, more willing to embrace absolute measures, less constrained by sentiment or tradition. Cross him, and you and your city will cease to exist. The Persian Empire is held together by force rather than love. Its subject peoples pay tribute and provide soldiers because they must, not because they feel loyalty to the great king. The empire is unwieldy, difficult to govern, prone to rebellions and satrapal independence. The Persian military has not evolved much in generations, still relying on tactics and formations that are centuries old. While Philip revolutionized warfare and Alexander has inherited those innovations. Most importantly, perhaps, the Persians underestimate their opponent. Alexander is young, new to power, ruling what they see as a minor kingdom on the fringes of their vast empire. In the spring of 334 before the Common Era, as flowers bloom across the meadows of Thrace and the snow melts in the mountain passes, Alexander leads his army to the Hellespont and crosses into Asia. The army is small by Persian standards, about 40,000 infantry and 5,000 cavalry, enough to fit on a few hundred transport ships. Xerxes crossed the same waters in the opposite direction with forces ancient sources number in the hundreds of thousands. Probably exaggerated, but still vastly larger than Alexander's expeditionary force. But Alexander is not attempting conquest through sheer mass. And yet there are weaknesses in the vast structure, cracks in the seemingly solid foundation. They expect to defeat him easily, to send him running back to Macedonia with a bloody nose, to make an example that will discourage future invasions. They do not yet understand what is coming for them. He makes his first stop at Troy, or at least at the city that claims to be the site of Troy, that legendary city besieged by Greeks generations before in pursuit of Helen. Alexander makes offerings at the temple of Athena, dedicating his armor and taking in return a shield said to have belonged to one of the heroes of old. Then he visits what is claimed to be the tomb of Achilles. Following ancient custom, he runs naked around the monument, his body gleaming with oil, garlanding the tomb with flowers, declaring himself fortunate to have such an ancestor, fortunate to have found a Homer to immortalize his deeds as the poet immortalized Achilles. His army is a precision instrument, every part carefully selected and trained, the companion cavalry for shock, the phalanx for holding, light infantry and archers and siege engineers, a combined arms force that can adapt to any tactical situation. The first test comes quickly. The Persian satraps of Asia Minor have gathered an army to meet the invasion, positioning themselves along the Granicus River. The river runs swift and cold with spring melt, its banks steep and muddy, the far side lined with Persian cavalry and infantry. Any army attempting to cross will be vulnerable, struggling up the slippery banks while defenders rain down missiles. Parmenion, Philip's old general and Alexander's second in command, counsels caution. They should wait for better conditions, scout for another crossing point, avoid attacking into such obvious disadvantages. The advice is sound and reasonable. Alexander rejects it instantly. Hephaestion places a wreath on the tomb, said to belong to Patroclus, signaling to anyone paying attention that he stands to Alexander as Patroclus stood to Achilles, companion and beloved. It is all highly symbolic, consciously theatrical, Alexander casting himself as the new Achilles leading Greeks against an Eastern empire, reenacting the Homeric epic, but with Persia as Troy. The Battle of the Granicus is chaos and violence distilled. Alexander leads the companion cavalry into the river, urging his horse forward into the rushing current, feeling the water rise and swirl around the animal's belly, clutching with his thighs as the horse struggles to keep footing on the rocky riverbed. The sky darkens with arrows and javelins arcing overhead. hissing down into the water with small, violent splashes. Men scream as they are hit, falling from horses or struggling to stay upright as missiles pierce armor and flesh. Alexander is the prime target, easily identified by his distinctive armor and the great white plume on his helmet. Delay shows weakness, shows fear, gives the enemy time to gather more forces. The army needs a victory, needs to see their young king lead them to triumph, needs to believe that this invasion will succeed. He will attack immediately across the river, up the terrible banks, into the teeth of Persian defenses. Reaching the far bank is like climbing into hell. The slope is steep and slick with mud, horses scrambling and sliding, men trying to maintain formation while Persian cavalry hammers at them from above. Alexander's horse surges up the bank, and suddenly they are in direct combat, swords swinging, spears thrusting, the confined space making everything brutal and immediate. A Persian noble, massive on his horse, swings an axe at Alexander's head. The blow would have killed him, split his skull like firewood, but Clytus the Black, one of Alexander's officers who has known him since childhood, drives his spear into the Persian an instant before the axe falls. The Persian topples. Alexander's horse is killed under him, spilling him to the mud. He painted himself as the new Achilles, and now he fights like it, apparently heedless of danger, driving forward while his companions struggle to keep pace. Once enough cavalry is across, once they have cleared space on the bank, the infantry follows. The phalanx deploys, sarissas lowering in unison, that terrible forest of spear points that no cavalry can break. The Persian line cracks and then collapses. The nobles flee, many cut down in the pursuit. The Greek mercenaries fighting for Persia try to surrender, throwing down their weapons, calling out that they are Greeks too. But Alexander views them as traitors who have fought against their own people for Persian gold, and he orders them slaughtered or enslaved. It is brutal and probably politically calculated, a message that Greeks should not serve barbarians against their own kind. His armor is pierced in a dozen places, dented and scarred. But he keeps fighting, finding another horse, rallying his men, pushing forward until gradually more and more Macedonians force their way up the bank, and the sheer weight of numbers begins to tell. The victory at the Granicus opens Asia Minor like a door swinging wide. City after city surrenders as Alexander's army approaches, or opens its gates after only token resistance. Some places welcome him as a liberator, particularly the Greek cities along the coast that have chafed under Persian rule for generations. 2,000 are killed, the rest enslaved. The victory is complete and devastating. Alexander has won his first battle as supreme commander and announced to Asia that he is as dangerous as everyone feared. One city provides a famous exception and a famous legend. At Gordium, inland in Phrygia, stands an ancient wagon tied to a pole with a knot so complex that no one has ever untied it. The knot is tight and weathered and impossibly intricate, a puzzle that has defeated the clever minds of generations. Legend declares that whoever unties the Gordian knot will rule Asia. Alexander examines the knot carefully, turning it in his hands, studying how the strands interweave. Different ancient sources give different versions of what happens next. Some say he discovers a pin holding the assembly together and removes it, allowing the knot to come apart. Others say he simply draws his sword and cuts through the tangle with one decisive blow. Alexander is careful to respect local customs, to maintain existing power structures where possible, presenting himself not as a foreign conqueror, but as the rightful leader freeing people from tyranny. It is propaganda, certainly, but effective propaganda, and resistance melts away like snow in spring sun. As summer fades toward autumn, Darius begins to take the threat seriously. This is not a border raid or minor incursion, but a full invasion led by a dangerous commander. The great king calls upon the vast resources of his empire, summoning troops from Egypt and Bactria, and everywhere in between, gathering a massive army to crush the Macedonian invasion personally. Either way, the symbolic message is the same. Where others see impossible obstacles, Alexander sees problems to be solved by unconventional means. He will not be bound by others' expectations or limitations. He makes his own rules. The restricted terrain actually works against Darius despite his having chosen it. His numerical advantage is negated by the narrow space. He cannot outflank the smaller Macedonian army, cannot bring his full force to bear at once. But the odds are still formidable. The Persian center is strong, packed with Greek mercenaries and Persian infantry, professional soldiers who know their business. He marches west with perhaps 100,000 men, though ancient numbers are always suspect, probably exaggerated but still representing overwhelming numerical superiority. The armies meet in early November of 333 before our Common Era at Issus, where a narrow coastal plain is pinched between mountains and sea. Alexander's plan is characteristically audacious to the point of madness. He will personally lead the companion cavalry directly at Darius, driving straight for the Persian king in the center of his army. If Darius can be killed or forced to flee, the entire Persian army will collapse regardless of what is happening elsewhere on the field. The flanks hold cavalry, ready to sweep around and envelop. And commanding from a great chariot in the midst of his army is Darius himself, the King of Kings, Lord of the greatest empire on earth, wearing golden armor that catches the late autumn sun, surrounded by his bodyguards, confident that sheer numbers will prevail. The battle begins with skirmishing as the armies maneuver, testing each other's strength and resolve. The Macedonian phalanx advances across the Panaris River, a stream that cuts through the plain, shields locked and sarissas leveled, their boots splashing through shallow water. They engage the Persian center, and the grinding push begins, men shoving and stabbing and dying in the crush, the front ranks of both armies becoming intermingled in the bloody work of close combat. On the Macedonian left, the situation quickly becomes desperate as Persian cavalry under the command of capable generals pushes hard, threatening to collapse the flank and roll up the entire army. But Alexander has already committed to his attack. On the right wing, he sees what he's been waiting for, a gap appearing in the Persian line as units shift to respond to local pressures and opportunities. Into this gap, Alexander drives with the companions, heavy cavalry in wedge formation, punching through the enemy front line like a spear through cloth into the vulnerable space beyond. Suddenly, they are thundering across the battlefield toward Darius, hooves pounding the dry ground, dust rising in clouds that obscure and choke. The Persian king can see them coming, this relatively small force bearing down on his position through the chaos of battle. It is a general using himself as bait, staking his own life on the success of a cavalry charge, gambling everything on one decisive moment. Parmenion sends urgent messages to Alexander calling for help, reporting that his wing is buckling under intense pressure. The collision, when it comes, is catastrophic. Men and horses tangle and fall in a screaming confusion of violence. Swords rise and fall. Spears drive through armor into flesh beneath. Alexander is in the middle of it, fighting with the desperation of a man who knows everything depends on the next few moments. His horse rears and strikes with iron hooves. His sword arm rises and falls in rhythm learned in 1,000 practice sessions. Around him, his companions fight with equal fury, protecting their king, driving forward. And through it all, across the last few dozen yards of blood-soaked ground, Alexander's eyes fix on Darius. Darius breaks, whether from cowardice or tactical calculation, whether preserving himself to fight another day or simply overwhelmed by fear, he turns his chariot and flees. His chariot driver whips the horses into a gallop, heading for the rear, and the sight of their king retreating is like poison spreading through the Persian army. Unit cohesion dissolves. Orders become meaningless. His bodyguards move to intercept the best cavalry Persia can field, noblemen who have trained for war since childhood, proud warriors who would die rather than flee. The two rulers face each other, close enough to see each other's faces. Young conqueror and established emperor, the fate of empires balance between them. The Persian camp falls to the Macedonians, and within it they find wonders that stagger the imagination of men from a relatively poor northern kingdom. Gold worked into intricate designs, silver by the ton, cloth dyed with precious Tyrian purple, each yard worth a fortune, furniture inlaid with ivory and precious woods, works of art looted from Egypt and Babylon and cities whose names the Macedonians don't even know. The luxury is overwhelming, intoxicating, a glimpse of the wealth they are fighting to conquer. They also find Darius's family, his mother Sisygambes and his wife Statira and his daughters, left behind in his flight. Men who were holding their ground a moment ago look around and see others running and decide to run themselves. What was an organized fighting force becomes a mob of individuals fleeing for their lives. The Macedonians pursue with ruthless efficiency, cutting down the fleeing enemy until exhaustion or the onset of darkness finally ends the killing. Alexander's treatment of them surprises everyone and becomes the stuff of legend. He comes to their tent personally, bringing only Hephaestion with him. The two young men are of similar height, and Hephaestion is wearing finer clothing, and Sisygambes mistakes him for the king and prostrates herself before him. When a mistake is pointed out, she is mortified, but Alexander laughs gently and says there is no mistake. Hephaestion is also Alexander. He assures the women they will not be harmed, that they will continue to be treated according to their rank, that they will want for nothing. The women are terrified, expecting the rape and murder that normally follows when a royal family falls into enemy hands. The young Macedonian king has now defeated the Persian emperor in open battle and captured his family. The entire eastern Mediterranean lies open before him. He turns south, following the coast, securing ports to deny them to the Persian navy. Most cities submit without resistance, recognizing the futility of opposition. His behavior is so generous that Sisygambes reportedly comes to love him as she never loved her own son. And years later, when news of Alexander's death reaches her, she will refuse food and die of grief. It is Alexander at his best, combining military genius with genuine kindness, using mercy as skillfully as violence. Alexander orders the construction of a causeway, a bridge built out from the shore toward the island. It seems insane, an impossible project, but Alexander's engineers set to work. They drive pilings into the seafloor, creating a framework and begin dumping rocks and earth and timber, slowly extending a path across the water. The Tyrians attack constantly, using their ships to bombard the construction, sending fire ships loaded with burning pitch to destroy the wooden structures. Workers labor under a constant rain of missiles, building defensive screens and fighting fires, advancing by feet and yards. The siege drags on for months, becoming a contest of wills. But Tyre, that ancient Phoenician city, confident in its island defenses and its powerful fleet, refuses. Tyre sits on an island about half a mile from the mainland, surrounded by water, protected by massive walls. The Tyrians have defeated sieges before, and they trust in their fleet to maintain supplies while any besieger starves and gives up. They underestimate who they are dealing with. Eventually, Alexander assembles a fleet from conquered cities, gaining naval superiority and protecting his causeway from Tyrian attacks. The mole reaches the island and siege engines are brought forward, massive towers and battering rams, pounding at walls that have stood for centuries. Sections of wall collapse in clouds of dust. The assault is launched through the breaches and the fighting becomes house to house, room to room, vicious close quarters combat where every corner might hide death. The Tyrians fight with desperate courage, but they are outnumbered and exhausted and gradually overwhelmed. When the battle ends, Tyre has fallen. The cost is devastating for the city. Tyre will not surrender and Alexander will not give up. Two stubborn forces locked in a struggle that one side must lose. After Tyre, the path to Egypt opens. Alexander continues south and most of Palestine and Syria submit peacefully, recognizing that resistance is futile. But Gaza, another fortress city, chooses to resist. The siege is shorter than Tyre, but still costly. The city eventually stormed, and its population sold into slavery. Another lesson in the price of defiance. 8,000 Tyrians are killed in the assault. Thousands more are sold into slavery. The island fortress that seemed impregnable has been conquered, and the causeway Alexander built remains to this day, silted in and expanded by centuries of erosion, permanently connecting Tyre to the mainland, physical testament to his determination and engineering skill. Egypt welcomes him with open arms. The Egyptians have no love for their Persian overlords who have ruled them with varying degrees of harshness for 2 centuries. Alexander, whether from genuine interest or astute political calculation, shows great respect for Egyptian culture and religion, making offerings at temples, honoring the gods, behaving as a pharaoh should rather than as a foreign conqueror. He makes the long, dangerous journey through the desert to consult the oracle of Ammonius at Siwa Oasis. What happens in the inner sanctum of the temple, what the priests say to him in the sacred darkness, this is never clearly recorded. The priests acknowledge him as son of Ammonius, but this is conventional language for pharaohs, symbolic rather than literal. Yet Alexander seems to take it more personally, and from this point forward, there is something different about him, a growing conviction of divine favor, a sense that normal rules and limitations do not apply. Whether he genuinely believes he is the son of God or simply recognizes the political value of such a claim, the effect is the same. He founds a city on the Mediterranean coast, riding out personally to mark where the walls should go, where the major streets should run, pouring out grain to mark the grid pattern when no chalk is available. And then in late 332 before our Common Era, as autumn fades toward winter, Alexander enters Egypt. His ambition grows, expands, loses connection to normal human constraints. Egypt is pleasant, wealthy, peaceful, and Alexander spends the winter there resting his troops and gathering supplies. But Persia still waits to the east, still unconquered, and Darius has not given up. The Persian king has retreated to the heartland of his empire and is gathering a new army, larger than before, determined to crush the Macedonian invasion once and for all. He names it after himself, Alexandria, and it will become one of the great cities of the ancient world, home to the famous library and lighthouse, center of learning and culture, outliving his empire by centuries. It is the most successful of the many cities he will found, proof that empire is not just military conquest, but also the creation of lasting infrastructure. Darius chooses his ground carefully this time, near the village of Gaugamela in northern Mesopotamia, on perfectly flat terrain ideal for cavalry and chariots. The Persian emperor assembles the largest army he can muster. Ancient sources give wildly varying numbers, some claiming 1 million troops, which is certainly exaggeration. More realistic estimates suggest perhaps 200,000 infantry and 40,000 cavalry. Against this, Alexander commands about 40,000 infantry and 7,000 cavalry. Darius has scythe chariots, wheeled vehicles with blades attached to cut down infantry in swathes. He has elephants brought from the eastern provinces. As spring arrives, Alexander marches north out of Egypt, crosses back into Syria, and turns east, moving inland, crossing the Euphrates and then the Tigris, pushing deep into the heart of the Persian Empire, further from his supply base with every mile, committing himself irrevocably to conquest or death. The armies face each other across the plain in early October of 331 before our Common Era, as autumn advances and the air grows crisp. The night before the battle, Parmenion urges Alexander to attack at night, when darkness might compensate for their numerical disadvantage and sow confusion in the enormous Persian camp. Alexander refuses with words that echo down through history. He will not steal victory. He will win an open battle in daylight, proving definitively and forever that he is superior. Whether this is magnificent confidence or dangerous arrogance, it reveals something essential about Alexander's character. When dawn breaks, the armies can see each other clearly across the plain. The Persian forces so vast they seem to cover the earth to the horizon. The Macedonian army looking small and vulnerable by comparison. The Persian scythe chariots begin the battle, thundering forward across the level ground, wheels fitted with whirring blades designed to cut through infantry formations like scythes through wheat. The sight must be terrifying, hundreds of chariots bearing down at full gallop, the sound of hooves and wheels and creaking would growing louder, dust rising behind them. He levels and smooths the ground so his chariots can charge at maximum speed. Every advantage he can conceive, he prepares, determined not to fail again. He wants not just victory, but glory, not just success, but recognition, not just to win, but to be seen winning. Then the main forces engage. The Persian cavalry on the flanks pushes hard, trying to envelop the smaller Macedonian army, to get around the flanks and attack from behind. On the Macedonian left, under Parmenion's command, the situation becomes critical. The Persian cavalry breaks through and sweeps around toward the baggage train in the rear. But the Macedonian infantry has trained for this. As the chariots close, they open lanes in their formation, letting the chariots pass through harmlessly, then close ranks behind and pull the drivers from their vehicles or kill the horses with javelins. The The fearsome chariot charge dissipates without decisive effect, a waste of Persian resources. Once again, he has identified where Darius commands in the Persian center, and once again, he is driving the companion cavalry directly toward the Persian king, seeking the decisive blow that will end the battle regardless of what happens elsewhere. The companions thunder across the battlefield, wedging through gaps in the Persian line, smashing aside resistance, always pressing forward toward that golden figure in the chariot. Alexander's page is killed beside him, struck down by a Persian noble's sword. Hephaestion is wounded, a spear slicing along his ribs, but he stays in the saddle and keeps fighting. And once again they are close, within striking distance, separated by only the width of a few horses, young conqueror and desperate emperor. Darius can see Alexander's face twisted in battle fury, can see the companions cutting through his bodyguards, can feel the whole structure of the battle pivoting on this single moment. And once again, Darius turns his chariot and flees, whipping his horses into a gallop, heading for the rear in safety, abandoning his army to its fate. The effect is even more catastrophic than at Issus. The entire Persian center collapses. Units that were holding their ground see their king fleeing and decide to flee themselves. Panic spreads like fire in dry grass. Parmenion sends urgent messages to Alexander calling for reinforcements, reporting that his wing is collapsing. But Alexander has already committed to his attack and refuses to be distracted. The dust is so thick that visibility drops to yards, men fighting and dying half-blind, guided by instinct and training. But Alexander presses on, always forward, his eyes fixed on Darius through the chaos. Darius flees east, deeper into his empire, hoping to reach the safety of the eastern provinces and raise another army. But his authority is shattered. The King of Kings has now fled from battle twice. What satraps and nobles will follow a king who runs? Meanwhile, Alexander turns toward Babylon, and the great city with its massive walls and hanging gardens opens its gates without a fight. The Persian satrap welcomes Alexander and turns over the treasury, filled with unimaginable wealth, enough gold to finance armies for years. Alexander enters in triumph, acknowledged as the new master of Mesopotamia. From Babylon, he moves to Susa, another Persian capital, which also surrenders peacefully. More treasure, more symbols of imperial power. Then on to Persepolis, the ceremonial capital, the heart of Persian identity, where the Shahs were crowned and the great festivals celebrated. The city submits, but what happens next remains controversial and troubling. The great palace complex at Persepolis, with its magnificent audience halls and reliefs showing tribute bearers from across the empire, is burned to the ground. Ancient sources disagree on whether this is deliberate policy or a drunken accident during a celebration. What was an organized battle becomes a massacre as the Macedonians pursue the fleeing Persians, cutting them down by the thousands until exhaustion or the coming of night ends the killing. He makes offerings to Marduk and other Babylonian gods, orders the restoration of temples, presents himself not as a conqueror, but as the rightful successor to the ancient line of Mesopotamian kings. The truth probably lies somewhere in between. Alexander may have permitted or encouraged the burning, viewing it as symbolically appropriate, but later regretted it when sober. The destruction of Persepolis sends a powerful message to Greeks that vengeance has been achieved, but it also damages Alexander's image as the rightful successor to Persian power rather than merely a destroyer. Some say Alexander orders it burned as revenge for Xerxes' burning of Athens generations before, symbolic closure for the old Greek grievances. Others say it happens during a party, fueled by wine and the provocations of Thais, a courtesan who suggests burning the palace and is cheered on by drunk revelers. But the war is not over because Darius still lives, still technically holds the title of Great King. Alexander pursues him eastward through Media and beyond, chasing him through summer heat and mountain passes, the distance growing and growing as Darius flees further into the Asian interior. The Persian king's escort shrinks as satraps and nobles abandon him, calculating that their future lies with Alexander rather than with a king who has lost 3 battles. Finally, some of his remaining nobles, led by Bessus, the satrap of Bactria, decide their king has become a liability rather than an asset. The burnt ruins of Persepolis will stand for centuries, blackened stone testament to one night's decision. Tourists in later ages wandering through the chart remains wondering what happened here. Alexander finds the Persian emperor dead or dying. Accounts differ. He reportedly covers the body with his own cloak, a gesture of respect from one monarch to another, and orders a royal funeral. Darius is buried with honors appropriate to his rank, and Alexander claims to be his legitimate successor, the rightful ruler of the Persian Empire by right of conquest and respect for proper order. They place Darius under arrest, intending to use him as a bargaining chip with Alexander, hoping to trade the king for favorable treatment. But as Alexander's cavalry closes in on their position, the conspirators panic. They stab Darius and leave him dying by the roadside, his blood soaking into the dust of the empire he once ruled. By 330 before our Common Era, Alexander controls the entire Persian Empire from the Mediterranean to the borders of India, from Egypt to Central Asia. He is 26 years old. Any reasonable person would consider the conquest complete, the mission accomplished beyond all expectation. It is time to consolidate power, organize the conquered territories into a functional empire, perhaps return to Macedonia to rule from there. But Alexander is not reasonable by conventional standards. His ambition has no natural stopping point. The empire extends east, and beyond its borders lie more lands, more peoples, more kingdoms rumored to be wealthy and strange. The conspirators, rather than being rewarded for delivering the old king, are hunted down as traitors and regicides. Bessus, who claims the title of Great King for himself, is eventually captured and executed in traditional Persian style for regicides, torn apart by bent trees released to spring upright, a death of excruciating agony. To his companions and generals, men now in their 30s and 40s who have been campaigning continuously for 8 years, this is deeply troubling. They have conquered the greatest empire on earth. They are wealthy beyond their dreams. They want to go home, marry, raise families, enjoy the fruits of their victories. The next years are spent in hard, grinding warfare in brutal terrain. The mountains of the Hindu Kush rise to impossible heights, snow-covered peaks where the air grows thin and cold burns exposed skin. The valleys are narrow and easily defended, perfect for ambushes. If his army can march further, why stop? What limit should constrain him? But Alexander is king, and the army follows where he leads. And he leads them east into the mountains and deserts of what is now Afghanistan and Central Asia, pursuing the fleeing remnants of resistance, chasing Bessus and other satraps who refuse to submit. It is during this period that Alexander's character begins to darken. The young king who showed such clemency to Darius's family is also capable of great brutality. Entire populations are massacred for resistance. Cities that hold out against sieges are razed and their inhabitants slaughtered or enslaved. The peoples are tough fighters, nomadic warriors who refuse to meet in set peace battles, but strike from ambush and retreat into wilderness, conducting guerrilla warfare that exhausts the invaders. There are no more great victories like Gaugamela, only small-scale skirmishes and sieges of remote fortresses, grinding work that wears down morale and tempers. He also begins more fully adopting Persian customs, wearing Persian royal dress on occasion, employing Persian administrators and ceremonial practices. He attempts to introduce proskynesis, the Persian custom of bowing or prostrating before the king. To Greeks and Macedonians, this is the behavior demanded before gods, not mortal men, and the veterans of his army are deeply uncomfortable with it. At places like Serapolis and other settlements along the Jaxartes River, the campaigns take on a pattern of extreme violence followed by attempts at conciliation, terror, and mercy alternating in ways that are difficult to understand. Perhaps it is calculated, using fear as a weapon while offering generosity to those who submit. Perhaps it reflects a growing instability in Alexander's temperament. The drinking grows heavier. Macedonian culture has always involved wine. The symposium where men gather to drink diluted wine and converse. But now the drinking bouts become more frequent and more intense. The wine less diluted, the conversations more heated. It is during one such session that tragedy occurs. Clitus the Black, who saved Alexander's life at the Granicus, gets into a drunken argument with the king. The details are unclear from the ancient sources, but Clitus apparently criticizes Alexander for adopting Persian ways, for disparaging Philip's accomplishments, for demanding divine honors, for forgetting his Macedonian roots. Alexander, equally drunk, flies into a rage. The remorse is immediate and devastating. When the wine fog clears and Alexander realizes what he has done, that he has murdered the man who saved his life, his friend since childhood, he collapses in grief. He locks himself in his tent for 3 days, refusing food and water, calling out for Clitus, weeping, threatening to kill himself. His friends eventually coax him out, and court philosophers craft elaborate justifications, arguing that kings cannot commit murder because they embody justice, or that Clitus provoked the king unbearably, or that it was fated by the gods. But Alexander knows the truth. He killed his friend over words spoken in drunkenness, and no amount of philosophical sophistry can erase that fact. Another death, perhaps even more significant, comes when Callisthenes, Alexander's official historian and nephew of Aristotle, falls from favor. Callisthenes opposed the introduction of proskynesis, arguing that Alexander is mortal and should not demand divine honors. When a conspiracy among the royal pages is uncovered, a plot to kill Alexander in his sleep, Callisthenes is implicated, probably falsely. He is arrested and dies in custody, executed or killed by torture, or dead from disease in chains. The sources disagree. Aristotle never forgives Alexander for the death of his nephew. Resistance is strong enough that Alexander quietly drops the attempt, but damage has been done. The simple relationship between king and companions, the first among equals and his fellow warriors, is eroding into something more distant and hierarchical. He seizes a spear from a guard and, before anyone can intervene, drives it through Clitus's chest, killing him instantly. It haunts him. These deaths reveal the darker side of Alexander's character that becomes more pronounced as the years pass and power grows more absolute. He is capable of great magnanimity, forgiving enemies and raising former foes to positions of trust. But he is also capable of sudden, terrible violence, especially when he feels his authority questioned or his honor impugned. By 327 before our Common Era, Alexander has subdued most of Central Asia through years of hard fighting, founding cities and leaving garrisons, attempting to hold territory that even the Persians never fully controlled. In Sogdiana, he marries Roxana, daughter of a local nobleman. The relationship between the king and his former teacher, already strained by distance and diverging paths, is destroyed completely. The balance between these tendencies grows more precarious as the strain of endless campaigning and absolute power takes its toll. And then, with Central Asia pacified after a fashion, Alexander turns his gaze further east. Beyond the mountains lies India, land of legend and wealth, home to kingdoms that command vast armies and war elephants, a place at the edge of the known world where strange peoples live according to customs Greeks can barely imagine. She is by all accounts beautiful, and Alexander genuinely seems to care for her, though the marriage is also political, binding him to the local aristocracy, legitimizing his rule through marriage alliance as well as conquest. Their wedding feast is celebrated in Sogdian style, blending traditions, another step in Alexander's vision of fusing East and West. The invasion of India begins in spring of 326 before our Common Era. Alexander crosses the Hindu Kush mountains and descends into the lush green valleys of the Indus system. Some kingdoms submit without resistance, recognizing the futility of opposing this army that has conquered Persia. Others prepare to fight. The Macedonian veterans must feel their hearts sink when they realize their king intends to march on, ever deeper into Asia, ever further from the homes they left nearly a decade ago. The Battle of the Hydaspes River is Alexander's last great set-piece battle, and in many ways his most impressive. Porus deploys his army on the far bank of the river, swollen with monsoon rains, elephants in the front line, daring Alexander to attempt a crossing. The Macedonian king engages in elaborate deception, moving his forces up and down the river for days, feinting at crossing points, keeping the enemy forces moving and exhausted. The most powerful is the kingdom ruled by Porus, whose name in the ancient sources is probably a title rather than a personal name, like Pharaoh or Caesar. He commands an army that includes 200 war elephants, massive creatures that terrify horses and can trample infantry, living tanks that have never been deployed against Macedonian forces before. The battle, when it comes, is fierce and desperate. The elephants are terrifying, trumpeting and charging, trampling through the phalanx, using their trunks to grab men and dash them to the ground or toss them through the air. Macedonian casualties are heavy, but gradually discipline and training prevail. The phalanx isolates the elephants, uses the long reach of sarissas to wound them from a distance, javelins and arrows finding vulnerable spots until the maddened creatures turn and stampede back through their own forces, crushing friend and foe indiscriminately. The companion cavalry strikes the flanks. Then in a torrential rainstorm, thunder drowning out the sound of his movements, Alexander takes a force upstream, crosses at an unexpected point under cover of darkness and storm, and approaches Porus's position from an angle the Indian king did not anticipate. When Alexander meets him after the battle, legend records a famous exchange. Alexander asks how Porus wishes to be treated. Porus, bloodied and defeated but still proud, replies, like a king. Alexander is so impressed by this answer, by the dignity and courage Porus has shown, that he not only returns his kingdom, but increases its size, making him an ally and satrap. Slowly, over hours of fighting in the monsoon rain, the Macedonian advantages of training and tactical flexibility overcome the Indian advantages of numbers and elephants. Porus, fighting from elephant back, is wounded multiple times but refuses to surrender until the battle is clearly lost. But the army is exhausted. They have been campaigning for 8 years, marching thousands of miles through deserts and mountains, fighting in dozens of major battles and hundreds of skirmishes. They are far from home, in strange lands, facing strange enemies. Many have wounds that have never fully healed. All are homesick when Alexander announces his intention to continue east, to reach the ocean that supposedly marks the edge of the world just a little further on. The army finally refuses. At the Hyphasis River, the troops will march no further. No amount of persuasion from Alexander can change their minds. It is Alexander at his best, combining victory in battle with magnanimity afterward, turning an enemy into a loyal supporter through respect and generosity. Alexander retreats to his tent and sulks for 3 days, hoping the army will change its mind, hoping his officers will find a way to restore enthusiasm for continuing. But the resistance is unanimous and unshakable. Even Hephaestion, his closest friend and most loyal companion, supports the decision to turn back. Finally, Alexander emerges from his tent and announces they will return. He offers speeches about glory and destiny, about going just a bit further, about being so close to the edge of the world. They refuse. He tries anger and threats. They refuse. He offers rewards and honors. They refuse. His officers, even his closest companions, support the troops. They have followed him to the ends of the earth, but they will go no further. The return journey is long and becomes brutal. Rather than simply retracing his route, Alexander decides to explore, to descend the Indus River system to the sea, and then march west along the coast, mapping the shore and founding cities. The river journey involves fighting numerous tribes along the banks who see the invasion as an opportunity for glory or plunder. At the city of Amali, Alexander is nearly killed when he is first over the wall during an assault, jumping down inside before enough troops can follow to protect him. He finds himself separated from his men, surrounded by enemies. He fights with desperate fury, but takes an arrow in the chest that penetrates his lung. He performs sacrifices and erects 12 massive altars to mark the furthest extent of his journey, monuments to his almost achievement. But he must feel the disappointment keenly. For the first time in his life, his will has been thwarted not by enemy action, but by his own men's refusal. The man who conquered the Persian Empire has been defeated by exhaustion and homesickness. They reach the sea, and Alexander's Admiral Nearchus takes part of the army on the fleet to explore the coast westward toward the Persian Gulf, while Alexander leads the main body through the Gedrosian Desert. It is one of the worst disasters of his entire career. The desert is merciless, waterless and barren, scorching by day and freezing by night. Men and animals die by the thousands. His guards break through the wall and rescue him, but the wound is severe and he loses massive amounts of blood. Rumors spread through the army that he has died, and his troops mourn, believing they will be stranded in India without their king. When he recovers enough to be carried out and show himself to the army, weak and pale but alive, the relief is overwhelming. When the remnants finally reach the heartland of the empire in 324 before our Common Era, Alexander finds that his long absence has caused problems. Satraps and officials, thinking he might be dead in India, have grown corrupt or independent, raising private armies, oppressing local populations, embezzling funds. Supply wagons bog down in sand and are abandoned. Flash floods, roaring down normally dry wadis, sweep away entire units during the brief violent rainstorms. By the time the army emerges into Persia proper, casualties are horrific, possibly exceeding all the battle losses of the entire campaign combined. The great army that conquered Persia and invaded India limps home as a shadow of itself. He also holds a mass wedding at Susa, an elaborate ceremony where he marries 90 of his companions and officers to Persian noblewomen of high rank, symbolically binding together the Macedonian and Persian aristocracies. Alexander himself marries Statura, eldest daughter of Darius III, in addition to his existing wife Roxana. Alexander's response is characteristically swift and brutal. He orders mass executions of officials, some clearly guilty of corruption, others possibly innocent but killed to make examples. The purge is extensive and terrifying, sending a clear message that the king has returned and demands absolute loyalty and honesty. Tensions rise further when Alexander incorporates 30,000 young Persians into the army, trained in Macedonian tactics but wearing Persian dress. When these troops are presented for inspection, the Macedonian veterans feel insulted and replaced. A mutiny breaks out at Opis when Alexander tries to discharge some of the oldest veterans with generous bonuses. The troops angrily declare that if he loves Persians so much, he should campaign with them instead. Alexander's response is characteristic. He has the ringleaders arrested and executed on the spot, then dismisses the entire Macedonian army, announcing he will rely on Persians from now on since his own people have rejected him. It is a gamble, a test of wills. The symbolism is clear. He wants to create a genuine fusion of cultures, a new synthesis of East and West where Greek and Persian are not conqueror and conquered, but equal partners in empire. But many of his Macedonian followers are deeply uncomfortable with this vision, viewing the Persian marriages as forced, seeing it as a betrayal of their own culture and traditions. Through all these trials and tensions, Hephaestion remains at Alexander's side, his closest friend and most trusted companion, the one constant in a life of constant change. The ancient sources are careful in their language, speaking of friendship and companionship in the elevated terms reserved for heroes, but it seems clear that Hephaestion is the love of Alexander's life. When Hephaestion dies suddenly in late 324 before our Common Era at Ecbatana, possibly from fever or poison or simply the accumulated damage of years of campaigning, Alexander's grief is overwhelming and total. He throws himself on the body and lies there for a day, refusing to be moved. He orders elaborate funeral rites costing a fortune. The veterans break first, begging his forgiveness with tears, and Alexander relents, accepting them back. But the incident reveals how frayed the relationship has become between Alexander and the men who conquered the world with him. The loss seems to fundamentally unmoor Alexander. He has always been intense and driven, but now there's a quality of desperation of someone trying to outrun grief through constant activity. He throws himself into planning new campaigns with almost manic energy. He will conquer Arabia, exploring the Great Peninsula and its legendary wealth. He cuts his hair in mourning, following the ancient Greek custom. He has the physician who treated Hephaestion executed, perhaps unjustly, but grief needs an outlet. He demolishes the walls of a nearby city as an offering to Hephaestion's memory. He sends messengers to the oracle of Ammonius in Egypt asking that Hephaestion be declared a hero or demigod deserving cult worship. In early June of 323 before our Common Era, Alexander is in Babylon organizing his next campaigns. He attends a dinner party hosted by one of his companions and drinks heavily, as has become his custom, trying perhaps to drown grief in wine. Over the next several days, he develops a fever. At first it seems minor, nothing unusual in the hot Mesopotamian summer, but it grows worse. He continues working when he can, lying in bed, giving orders, making plans, meeting with officers. But the fever intensifies, climbing higher. He loses his ability to speak. His companions gather around his bed, filing past one by one as he lies silent, able only to gesture in recognition. He will circumnavigate Africa, following the route Phoenician sailors supposedly took centuries before. He will invade the western Mediterranean, conquering Carthage and Rome, that growing Italian city-state. There is no end to his ambition, no point at which he will say enough. This is sufficient, time to rest. The cause is debated then and now and probably forever. Poison is suspected, whispered about in the palace corridors. Some point to Antipater, Alexander's regent in Macedonia, whose position was threatened, whose son Cassander Alexander publicly humiliated. Others suggest various conspiracies among generals or satraps who feared Alexander's plans or resented his policies. On the 10th or 11th of June, 32 years old, burning with fever, Alexander dies. When asked on his deathbed who should inherit the empire, he allegedly whispers to the strongest or possibly to the best, depending on how you translate the Greek. Whether he actually says this, or it is invented by later sources to foreshadow what follows, it proves prophetic. His empire does not survive him intact. Natural causes seem more likely to modern medical analysis, possibly typhoid fever or malaria, perhaps complicated by the old lung wound from India or by liver damage from years of heavy drinking. The truth is lost in time. What remains is the fact that Alexander dies without clear succession plans, leaving an empire spanning from Greece to India without a designated heir. Roxana is pregnant and will give birth to a son, Alexander IV, several months after his father's death. Alexander also has a half-brother, Philip Aridaeus, who is mentally disabled but of royal blood. The generals initially agree too. Silk mist climbs the valley walls like slow breath, wrapping itself around cedar trunks that have stood for centuries, their bark dark with rain and age. Dawn comes reluctantly to these mountains, the light seeping rather than breaking, turning fog to pearl and shadow to gentle gray. A young man sits motionless on worn floorboards that smell of hinoki wood and old incense. His legs are folded beneath him in perfect stillness, though he has been here since the hour of the tiger, since the darkness was absolute and complete. Paper lanterns cast their warm, trembling light across his face, catching the edge of his cheekbone, the calm set of his mouth. His hand rests on the scabbard beside him, lacquered black and smooth as river stone, and inside that darkness of wood and lacquer waits the blade, the soul of steel that he has never used to take a life, but carries always, the weight of it familiar as his own bones. Somewhere distant, perhaps beyond 3 valleys or only one, a bronze bell hums its morning prayer, the sound arriving not all at once, but in waves, each ring contained within the one before. Ripples in water, ripples in air, ripples in time itself. He is samurai, a word that tastes of salt and iron, a word that means to serve but will come to mean so much more, to contain within its 2 syllables an entire universe of meaning, honor and death, beauty and violence, the cherry blossom and the fallen blade. We're going to walk those paths tonight, you and I, through mist and memory, through the long corridors of history where every footfall echoes and nothing is quite as it seems. We will kneel in meditation halls where the smoke of incense still seems to drift, though the halls themselves are dust. We will stand on battlefields where the grass grows green over bones. His breath moves in rhythm with something deeper than thought, the pulse of blood, the ancient drums of the body, the tides that move through all living things whether they know it or not. His world is one that will last for centuries and then vanish like morning dew, leaving behind only stories, only the ghost prints of vanished feet on paths no longer walked. Let the day you have lived fall away like a heavy robe. We will witness the rise of warriors and the fall of dynasties, the forging of swords and the writing of poems, the moment when a civilization looks at itself and asks what it means to live with honor in a world that promises nothing but change and death and the eventual forgetting of all things. In the beginning, there was the emperor, descended according to sacred story from Amaterasu, the goddess of the sun, who hid herself in a cave and plunged the world into darkness until the other gods lured her out with laughter and mirrors. The emperor sat in his palace in Kyoto, a city built according to principles learned from China, laid out in careful grids, every street and building positioned to harmonize with heaven and earth. The tensions knotted in your shoulders, the worries that circle like crows, the endless list of things undone and things still to do, all of this can wait beyond the circle of this firelight, this moment, this story that begins so long ago that the very shape of the world was different, when Japan was young and the way of the warrior had not yet been given a name. The Heian period, named for the old name of Kyoto itself, was an age of aesthetic perfection. Courtiers composed poetry by moonlight, writing on paper infused with flower petals. The very ink mixed with care to achieve exactly the right shade of black or gray or faded purple. They judged each other by the elegance of their calligraphy, the depth of their literary allusions, the way incense clung to their robes when they passed. Women wrote novels of extraordinary psychological complexity, observing the tiny movements of the human heart, the way a sleeve withdrawn too quickly could speak volumes about feeling concealed. The imperial court was a place of extraordinary refinement, where nobles dressed in layer upon layer of silk robes, each layer a specific color chosen according to season and rank. The combinations so complex that to understand them was to demonstrate one's breeding and education. But the provinces were far from the capital, beyond the mountains where the court's elegant customs seemed irrelevant and strange. Out there in the countryside, where rivers flooded and bandits roamed and disputes over land could turn violent, the great families who owned estates needed protection. Everything was symbol and suggestion, nothing stated plainly, and in this hothouse atmosphere of refinement, the actual messy business of governing provinces and maintaining order became almost vulgar, something best not discussed in polite company. These men came from provincial families, neither noble nor peasant, but somewhere in between, a class of fighters who trained from childhood in skills the court considered beneath notice. They learned to ride before they could write, spent more time with sword and spear than with brush and ink. They were called samurai, from saburao, a verb meaning to serve, to attend upon, to wait beside. They needed men who knew horses, men who could draw a bow and loose an arrow while galloping at full speed, men who would stand between their lord's household and the chaos that always threatens to break in. They were attendants, servants, guards. Nothing more. Not yet. Two families in particular rose this way, climbing from imperial descent that had fallen into obscurity, building their strength on the loyalty of armed men. The Taira and the Minamoto, their names would become synonymous with an entire age, their rivalry a story told for centuries. But watch how power shifts over generations, how the servant who seems invisible to his master is learning, observing, understanding the mechanisms of authority. The grandson of a guard becomes a captain. The great-grandson finds himself dining with nobles, his advice sought, his presence necessary. The sword, which was merely a tool, becomes a symbol that men bow to. The early samurai lived in compounds surrounded by earthen ramparts and wooden palisades, always ready to mount and ride. Their primary weapon was the bow, the great asymmetrical longbow that would become one of the distinctive features of Japanese warfare. In the Heian court, they were useful, called upon when force was needed, when elegant words and subtle hints could not resolve a problem. They put down rebellions in distant provinces. They fought each other on behalf of court factions, and with each campaign their power grew, roots spreading deep into soil the court did not even see. The armor they wore was both beautiful and practical, small iron or leather scales laced together with silk cord and colors that announced their clan and identity. The yoroi was designed for a mounted archer, protecting the left side from which arrows would come while leaving the right free to draw and release. To draw one required immense strength, and accuracy on horseback required training that began in childhood, boys shooting until their fingers bled and calloused, until the motion was inscribed into muscle and nerve, until they could release an arrow at full gallop and know by the sound of the bowstring whether it would fly true. Picture their world in those days, the 10th and 11th centuries, when the Heian court still believed itself eternal and unchanging. Morning mist rises from rice paddies, and peasants are already at work, knee-deep in water, planting the seedlings in perfect rows. Beyond the fields, forest rises up the mountain slopes, cedar and pine and maple shadows deep beneath the canopy. A samurai rides out from his compound at dawn, his horse's breath visible in the cool air, checking the boundaries of his lord's estate, alert for signs of intrusion, for tracks that should not be there. He stops at a shrine, a simple structure of unpainted wood among the trees, and bows to the kami, the spirits that dwell in all things, in the rocks and the water and the ancient trees. The helmet, the kabuto, flared at the neck and often bore elaborate crests, demon horns or buffalo horns or abstract shapes that caught the light. To see a samurai in full armor was to see something magnificent and terrible, bright color and dark iron, silk and steel, a man transformed into something larger than human, something that seemed to step out of mythology into the world of mud and blood. By the 12th century, the balance between the court and the military families had shifted irrevocably. The Taira, under the leadership of Taira no Kayamori, had maneuvered themselves into dominance, marrying into the imperial family, placing their allies in positions of authority. Kayamori was a man who understood that power in the Heian court required a delicate touch, force wrapped in silk, and he played the game masterfully, adopting the refined manners of the nobility even as he kept his warrior base intact. He is not separate from this landscape, but part of it. His life bound up with the seasons and the land, the rice that will be harvested and become his stipend, the forests that provide timber, the rivers that must be forded and sometimes fought beside. But the Minamoto had not forgotten their earlier defeat at Terra hands. In the eastern provinces, far from the capital's oversight, they were rebuilding, quietly gathering strength. Minamoto no Yoritamo, who had survived the purge of his family as a boy through a combination of luck and mercy from his enemies, was now a man grown, and he remembered everything. Winter comes to the eastern provinces with a vengeance unknown in the gentler climate of Kyoto. Snow buries the paths, transforms the landscape into something clean and brutal. In a compound where the snow is trampled black by many feet and the smoke from cooking fires rises into gray sky, preparations are being made. Men sharpen swords, check armor, see to their horses. For a time, it seemed the Terra would succeed in transforming themselves into a new aristocracy, both cultured and martial, acceptable to the court yet backed by swords. He remembered the night his father died, the smell of smoke from burning compounds, the sound of his brothers crying out in the darkness. Memory is a kind of hunger, and revenge feeds it. The Jinpei War, named for the alternative readings of the characters from Minamoto and Terra, would last 5 years and transform Japan forever. It was not fought as wars are fought now, with massed armies and coordinated strategy across vast fronts. Instead, it was a series of encounters, ambushes, sieges, raids, some involving thousands of warriors, others merely handfuls of men fighting over a bridge or a mountain pass. The warriors of this era fought according to customs that seemed strange to modern eyes. The air smells of charcoal and iron and the sweat of nervous animals who sense their riders' tension. Yoritamo moves among them, and though he is not the warrior his younger brother Yoshitsune will prove to be, he has something perhaps more valuable, the ability to inspire loyalty, to make men believe that their cause is just and their victory foreordained by heaven. At the Battle of Kurakara Pass in the mountains of northern Honshu, the Minamoto commander Yashinaka faced a larger Terra force and knew he could not win through straightforward confrontation. Instead, he waited for darkness, and then he had his men gather cattle and tie torches to their horns. Before battle, champions would ride forward from each army and call out their names and lineage, reciting their accomplishments, challenging worthy opponents to face them in single combat while the armies watched. It was war as theater, as ritual, violence constrained and channeled by elaborate rules that everyone understood. The war swung back and forth, victories and defeats balanced on the edge of chance and weather and individual courage or cowardice. The Terra controlled the capital and held the sacred symbols of imperial authority, the jewel and the mirror, 2 of the 3 imperial regalia. The cattle, maddened by the fire and the noise, stampeded toward the Terra position, and the Terra, seeing 1,000 lights advancing through the darkness and hearing the thunder of hooves, believed they faced a massive assault. They broke and fled, and many tumbled over cliffs in the darkness, falling into ravines where their bodies were found days later, broken among the rocks. The final confrontation came at Dan no Yura, where the inland sea narrows between the main island of Honshu and the southern island of Kyushu. The Taira, driven back step by step across the country, assembled their remaining strength in a fleet of boats. They carried with them the child emperor Antoku, barely 7 years old, whose grandmother was determined that he would not fall into enemy hands. But the Minamoto had the hunger of the dispossessed, and they had Yoshitsune, who fought like something out of legend, appearing where he was not expected, striking and vanishing like a ghost. A warrior so brilliant that centuries later people would argue whether he was a genius or something more, touched by the gods or the spirits of ancient heroes. The Minamoto fleet approaches, and Yoshitsune is in command, and he has noticed something the Taira have overlooked. The Taira warriors, trained to fight on horseback on solid ground, are uncomfortable on the shifting decks of boats. Their strength is compromised by uncertainty. Imagine the scene on that April morning in 1185, hundreds of boats crowded together, the water gray and choppy, clouds racing overhead. The Taira warriors stand in their armor, the lacquered scales reflecting dull light, their faces grim. They know this is the end. Some have already decided how they will die. The Taira boats lose their coordination, drifting, colliding with each other. Minamoto forces board them, and the fighting becomes brutal and close, swords and naginata swinging in the confined space, men slipping on decks wet with blood and spray. The current shifts as the tide changes, and now it favors the Minamoto, carrying their boats forward while pushing the Taira back. Everything is coming undone. Taira warriors begin to throw themselves into the sea rather than face capture, the weight of their armor dragging them down into the dark water. The emperor's grandmother, a woman named Nino Ama who has lived through decades of court intrigue and civil war, dresses the child emperor Antoku in his finest robes. Yoshitsune orders his archers to ignore the warriors and target the helmsmen and rowers, the men who control the boats themselves. It is considered dishonorable attacking non-combatants, but Yoshitsune understands that honor is a luxury of the victorious, and he is not here to be honorable. He is here to win. She tells him that beneath the waves there is a capital more beautiful than any on land. She takes him in her arms and walks into the sea. With the Taira destroyed, Yoritomo faced the question that faces all victors. What now? He could have taken his place at court, become another noble family competing for influence in the endless intrigue of Kyoto. Instead, he did something unprecedented. He remained in the east, in Kamakura, a town on the coast surrounded by hills, defensible and far from the capital's corruption. The sacred sword, one of the 3 imperial regalia, sinks with them. It will never be recovered. Some say it was a replica, that the real sword had been hidden away long before, but others believe the true sword lies still in the mud at the bottom of the strait, waiting in the darkness for a time that will never come. In 1192, Yoritomo accepted the title of shogun, barbarian subduing generalissimo, an ancient title that had lapsed into disuse, but which he now made the foundation of his authority. From there, he created a new form of government, the bakufu, a term that originally meant the field headquarters of a general, but came to mean something more, a parallel government that would gradually eclipse the court entirely. This was the beginning of samurai rule. It would last, in one form or another, for nearly 7 centuries. The relationship between lord and vassal, which had been one element among many in the old system, now became the organizing principle of political life. The emperor remained in Kyoto, performing rituals and conferring legitimacy by his existence. but real power, the ability to make decisions and enforce them, had moved to Kamakura, to the warrior class, to men who measured authority by the loyalty of armed followers rather than by lineage and ceremony. The ideal of loyalty would grow over the centuries into something almost religious in its intensity. A samurai was expected to be ready to die at any moment for his lord's sake, not grudgingly but eagerly, as the ultimate fulfillment of his purpose. Death in service was not tragedy, but completion, the moment when the warrior's life achieved its meaning. A samurai gave absolute loyalty to his lord, and in return received protection and support, usually in the form of land rights, the revenue from rice paddies worked by peasants. This was not a contract that could be broken lightly. To betray one's lord was the worst imaginable crime, worse than murder, worse than cowardice, a violation of the fundamental order of things. The code that would eventually be called Bushido, the way of the warrior, was not invented all at once. It emerged gradually during the Kamakura period and the centuries that followed, synthesizing elements from various traditions. From Shinto came the emphasis on purity and the sacredness of Japan itself. From Buddhism, particularly the Zen school that was being introduced from China, came meditation practices and the concept of non-attachment, the letting go of the ego and the fear of death. From Confucianism came the emphasis on hierarchy, loyalty, and filial piety. A samurai's day in the Kamakura period followed rhythms that had been established over generations. He rose before dawn, in the hour when the world is still dark, but the birds are beginning to sense the coming light. He purified himself with cold water, the shock of it driving away sleep and clearing the mind. This acceptance of mortality, this willingness to embrace death, would become central to samurai identity, shaping everything from military tactics to aesthetic preferences. All of these blended together into something distinctly Japanese, a warrior ethic that valued courage and loyalty above all, but also demanded that the samurai be cultured, educated, capable of appreciating poetry and beauty. The morning was devoted to training. Even samurai who were primarily administrators, who spent most of their time managing estates or adjudicating disputes, maintained their martial skills. To let them atrophy was shameful, a betrayal of one's identity. The practice of swordsmanship was not just about technique, but about cultivating the proper state of mind. A swordsman who thought too much, who hesitated or calculated, would be defeated by one who had trained so thoroughly that his response was instantaneous and unthinking. He sat in meditation or prayer, depending on his particular practice, stilling the endless chatter of thought, becoming present in the moment. Breakfast was simple, rice and miso soup, perhaps some pickled vegetables, eaten without conversation, the food itself a kind of meditation. The bow also required constant practice, and archery was considered a spiritual discipline as much as a martial skill. The archer sought to achieve a state where the release of the arrow was inevitable, where there was no moment of decision, only the smooth flow from intention to action. This state of mushin, no mind, was the goal of training, the point where the distinction between the swordsman and the sword disappeared, where action arose spontaneously from the situation itself without the interference of ego or fear. If the samurai held land, he had administrative duties that could not be neglected. He rode out to inspect the rice paddies, ensuring that the irrigation channels were maintained, that the peasants were working diligently, that the boundaries between his land and his neighbors were respected. Years of practice went into achieving the strength to draw the great war bows. which required pulls of over 100 pounds, and the technique to do so accurately while mounted on a galloping horse. In the evening, after training and administration, he might turn to cultural pursuits. He practiced calligraphy, the brush moving across the paper in strokes that should appear effortless but required years to master. Each character a small work of art, the balance of black ink and white paper a meditation on presence and absence. He settled disputes, dispensing a rough justice that was more concerned with maintaining order than with abstract principles of fairness. He collected taxes, usually in the form of rice, storing it in warehouses against lean years and war. He composed poetry, often in Chinese, demonstrating his education and his sensitivity to beauty. He might practice the flute, the shakuhachi, its breathy tones evoking wind in bamboo groves, the loneliness of mountain temples, the transience of all things. This balance between the martial and the cultural was not seen as contradictory. The ideal samurai was both fierce in battle and refined in peace, capable of terrible violence and exquisite aesthetic judgment. The sword and the chrysanthemum, as one later observer would put it, two faces of the same culture, two expressions of the same fundamental values. The Mongol army that landed on the beaches of Kyushu was unlike anything the Japanese had encountered. The Mongols had conquered China, Korea, Central Asia, Persia, Russia, Hungary. They were the most formidable military force on Earth, combining the mobility and archery of steppe nomads with Chinese siege, engineering, and gunpowder weapons. The Kamakura period would test the samurai in ways that no one anticipated. In 1274, word came from the continent that Kublai Khan, grandson of Genghis Khan and ruler of the largest empire the world had ever known, was demanding that Japan submit to Mongol overlordship. The shogunate refused, and Kublai responded by sending a fleet to invade. The samurai who rode out to meet them fought according to the customs they knew. Champions rode forward, announced their names and lineage, and challenged enemy warriors to individual combat. The Mongols responded by shooting them down with volleys of arrows or surrounding them and killing them with spears and swords. The first encounters were slaughters. They fought as coordinated units, moving in response to signals from flags and drums, executing complex maneuvers with precision. They had explosives, primitive bombs that made a noise like thunder and created fire and smoke, terrifying to men and horses who had never seen such things. The Mongols established a beachhead and were preparing to advance when night fell. That night, a storm rose from the sea. The wind increased to a gale, and the waves grew tall and violent. The Mongol fleet, anchored close to shore to supply the army, was caught in the storm. Ships dragged their anchors and were driven onto rocks. The samurai, brave and skilled as individuals, could not coordinate their actions effectively against an enemy that fought as a disciplined mass. The Japanese called the storm kamikaze, divine wind, and took it as a sign that the gods favored them, that Japan was sacred and protected. But the military leadership understood they had been lucky, and they used the 7 years before the second invasion to prepare. They built stone walls along the coast, fortifications designed to prevent the Mongols from landing easily. Others collided in the darkness, timbers splintering, men screaming as they were thrown into the cold water. By morning, perhaps a third of the fleet was destroyed, and the Mongol commanders decided to withdraw to Korea and try again when conditions were more favorable. The second Mongol invasion in 1281 was on an even larger scale. The fleet that approached Japan was immense, perhaps 4,400 ships carrying 140,000 soldiers. It was the largest seaborne invasion in history before the modern era, dwarfing anything Europe would attempt for centuries. The Mongols approached the coast and found the stone walls, and they could not land easily. They stockpiled weapons and supplies. They organized the samurai of Kyushu into larger units and trained them to fight in coordinated formations, setting aside the old emphasis on individual glory. The Mongols made little progress, and their army, crowded onto ships, began to suffer from disease and low morale. And then, in mid-August, another typhoon struck. For 2 days, the storm raged with apocalyptic fury. Ships were driven onto rocks, capsized by towering waves, smashed against each other in the chaos. For weeks they attacked, trying to break through the defenses, while the Japanese resisted fiercely. Samurai used small boats to conduct night raids on the Mongol fleet, boarding ships under cover of darkness, fighting on the cramped decks, and setting fires before retreating. Never again would anyone attempt to invade Japan until the 20th century. The dual typhoons secured Japan's independence and elevated the samurai to the status of national saviors, the defenders who had stood firm when the greatest empire on earth had come to conquer. But the victory created problems. The samurai expected rewards for their service, land and titles and wealth. When the storm passed and the Japanese ventured out to see what remained, they found the coast littered with wreckage for miles, bodies washing up on the beaches, survivors stumbling through the shallows in a daze. The Mongol fleet was destroyed. The invasion was over. In a normal war, the victor distributed the lands of the defeated, but the Mongols had been driven back into the sea, leaving nothing to distribute. Many samurai had exhausted their resources preparing for and fighting the invasions, and they received little in return. Resentment grew. The Kamakura shogunate, which had seemed unshakable, began to fracture under the weight of these tensions. The administration became corrupt and inefficient. Justice was administered capriciously, favoring those with connections. By the early 14th century, the system was breaking down, and into this weakness stepped Emperor Go-Daigo, who dreamed of restoring direct imperial rule. Kusunoki was not from a prominent family. He was a minor landowner who happened to be brilliant at guerrilla warfare. He used terrain to his advantage, holding fortresses in mountains where larger armies could not bring their numbers to bear. He conducted ambushes and raids, appearing where he was not expected and vanishing before his enemies could respond. Go-Daigo was not content to be a symbolic figurehead performing rituals while others governed. He actively plotted against the shogunate, gathering supporters and preparing for rebellion. In 1331, his plot was discovered, and he was exiled to a remote island. But his supporters continued to resist, and one of them, Kusunoki Masashige, would become legendary for his loyalty and tactical brilliance. The civil war that followed Go-Daigo's attempted coup lasted years and involved shifting alliances and betrayals. One of the shogunate's most powerful generals, Ashika Takauji, was sent to suppress the rebellion. But as he campaigned and observed the shogunate's weakness, he made a calculation. He switched sides, bringing his army over to the emperor's cause. For 3 years, Go-Daigo attempted to rule directly, but he was a better dreamer than administrator. He rewarded his favorites and punished his enemies according to personal preference rather than strategic logic. Takauji, who commanded the largest army, found himself sidelined in favor of courtiers with no military force. It could not last. He was a master of psychological warfare, using deception and misinformation to keep his enemies off balance. And most of all, he was absolutely loyal to the emperor, even when the cause seemed hopeless, even when common sense suggested he should abandon a lost cause and make his peace with the victors. With Takauji's support, Go-Daigo returned from exile in 1333, and the Kamakura shogunate fell. For 56 years, Japan had two emperors, two courts, each claiming to be the true heir of the sun goddess, each denouncing the other as illegitimate. This period, called the Nambokucho era, was a time of almost constant warfare. Samurai armies marched back and forth across the country, fighting battles that often accomplished nothing, serving causes that shifted with each season. By 1336, Takauji had turned against the emperor, defeated the loyalist forces, and established his own shogunate. Go-Daigo fled to the mountains, setting up a rival court and claiming to be the legitimate emperor. Kusunoki Masashige fought for Go-Daigo's southern court until the very end. In 1336, he knew that his army was outnumbered and that defeat was certain, but he could not abandon his emperor. He fought his last battle at Minatagawa, and when it was clear all was lost, he and his brother retreated to a farmhouse, composed farewell poems, and committed seppuku. Loyalty became complicated in ways it had not been before. If there were two emperors, two courts, two shogunates, to whom did one owe allegiance? Some samurai changed sides repeatedly, following their self-interest or their best guess about which faction would ultimately prevail. Others remained steadfast to one side or the other, even when it cost them everything. The Ashikaga shogunate, established by Takauji and based in the Muromachi district of Kyoto, brought the samurai government back to the capital. This proximity to the old imperial court had profound effects on samurai culture. The warriors, living in Kyoto and associating daily with the nobility, began to adopt refined tastes and aesthetic practices. They sponsored artists and poets. His story would be told for centuries as the ultimate example of loyalty, the warrior who chose death over betrayal, who valued honor more than life. The aesthetic that emerged during the Muromachi period, and that would come to define Japanese culture in the eyes of the world, was characterized by wabi-sabi, the finding of beauty in imperfection, in transience, in the incomplete and the humble. A tea bowl that was rough and irregular was more valued than one that was perfectly symmetrical. A scroll painting done in a few bold brushstrokes was more profound than one with elaborate detail. They built gardens that were masterpieces of suggestion and restraint, arrangements of rocks and gravel that evoked landscapes of mountains and rivers using the simplest possible means. They elevated the tea ceremony from a casual gathering to a ritualized practice embodying Zen principles of presence and simplicity. This was samurai culture at its most refined, warriors who were also poets and aesthetes, men who could kill without hesitation and also compose a haiku about cherry blossoms falling in moonlight. The two aspects were not seen as contradictory. The tea room itself was tiny and spare, with a low entrance that forced even the highest lord to bow, a space where distinctions of rank were temporarily set aside and all participants could be fully present to the moment, to the taste of the tea, the sound of water boiling, the single flower in a bamboo vase. Yet beneath this cultural flourishing, the political situation remained unstable. The Ashikaga shoguns never achieved the control that the Kamakura rulers had exercised. The country was fragmenting into semi-independent domains ruled by daimyo, who governed their territories with increasing autonomy. They built castles, maintained private armies, and conducted their own diplomacy. The awareness of death, the understanding that all things are transient, that beauty exists precisely because it does not last, this was the foundation of their aesthetic sensibility. The cherry blossom was the perfect symbol because it bloomed gloriously and then fell within days, its beauty inseparable from its brevity. In 1467, a succession dispute within the Ashikaga family exploded into open warfare. The Unin War devastated Kyoto, turning much of the capital into ash and rubble. The conflict drew in daimyo from across the country, each pursuing their own interests under the guise of supporting one Ashikaga faction or another. The war officially ended in 1477, but the fighting did not stop. The Sengoku period was chaos given form. Central authority collapsed entirely. Each province was ruled by a daimyo whose power rested solely on his ability to defend his territory and expand at his neighbor's expense. Alliances were formed one day and broken the next. The shogun's authority became theoretical, honored in form, but often ignored in practice. Japan slid into the Sengoku period, the age of warring states, a century of almost continuous conflict. The samurai of this era were different from their ancestors. Armies grew larger, incorporating thousands of ashigaru, foot soldiers recruited from the peasantry and armed with spears and bows. The introduction of firearms by Portuguese traders in 1543 transformed warfare completely. A daimyo who grew weak through age or defeat might be overthrown by his own retainers in a process called gekakujo, the lower overcoming the higher. It was a time when ancient lineages could be extinguished overnight and clever peasants could rise to become lords. The only truth was power, the only virtue survival. At first, many samurai despised firearms as dishonorable weapons that required no skill and gave no glory. But the daimyo who adopted them won battles, and the daimyo who clung to tradition died. The arquebus, a primitive matchlock musket, was inaccurate and slow to reload, but it required only weeks to train someone to use it effectively, while training a skilled archer took years. A peasant with a gun could kill a mounted samurai who had practiced swordsmanship since childhood. The castles built during the Sengoku period reflected the era's violence. Earlier fortifications had been relatively simple, but now castles grew massive and sophisticated, designed to withstand cannon fire and arquebus fire, to resist siege for months if necessary. Stone walls rose 30 feet high, their surfaces curved to deflect projectiles. Within a generation, Japanese craftsmen were producing firearms superior to the Portuguese models, and battles were dominated by lines of arquebusiers firing in volleys, while samurai cavalry waited to exploit any opening. The samurai of this period lived in a world that was brutal but also strangely liberating. With the old hierarchies broken down, talent was rewarded more than birth. A clever strategy, a bold risk, a moment of courage or treachery could elevate a warrior or destroy him. Multiple layers of moats and walls protected the central keep, creating killing zones where attackers would be exposed to fire from multiple directions. Yet even as they were fortresses, these castles were also works of art, their white plastered walls gleaming like snow, their roofs elegantly curved and decorated with golden dolphins and other protective symbols. Life was short and uncertain, but for those who thrived on conflict, who found meaning in the test of combat. It was an age of opportunity. Oda Nobunaga was born in 1534 into a family of minor daimyo in Owari province. As a young man, he was considered strange, eccentric, prone to behavior that violated propriety. He wore outlandish clothes, associated with merchants and common people, ignored the elaborate rituals of his class. Many predicted he would fail. From this chaos would emerge 3 men who would reunify Japan. Their names are still known, still recited like an incantation. Oda Nobunaga, Toyotomi Hideyoshi, Tokugawa Ieyasu. There's a saying about them, a verse that captures their different characters. If the cuckoo will not sing, Nobunaga will kill it. Hideyoshi will make it want to sing, and Ieyasu will wait for it to sing. Nobunaga organized his forces with ruthless efficiency. He drilled his Ashigaru foot soldiers until they could move and fight as coordinated units. He equipped them with firearms and trained them to fire in volleys, creating continuous fire that could devastate even the finest cavalry. At the Battle of Nagashino in 1575, facing the legendary cavalry of the Takeda clan, Nobunaga demonstrated his mastery of the new warfare. He positioned thousands of arquebusiers behind wooden palisades and waited for the Takeda cavalry to charge. Wave after wave of mounted samurai, the finest warriors in Japan, charged into the teeth of volley fire and were cut down. Nobunaga was also utterly ruthless toward those who opposed him. When the Buddhist monasteries on Mount High, which had maintained their own armies for centuries and frequently interfered in politics, stood against him, he besieged the mountain and burned every building, killing everyone he found, monks and women and children alike. Instead, he became one of the most formidable warlords Japan had ever seen, a man who understood that the future belonged to those willing to break with tradition. It was systematic slaughter, and it marked the end of an era, the moment when the mounted samurai ceased to dominate the battlefield. Yet he was also curious and pragmatic. When Jesuit missionaries arrived from Portugal, bringing with them stories of distant lands and strange customs, Nobunaga welcomed them, fascinated by their knowledge and interested in the possibilities of trade with Europe. By 1582, Nobunaga controlled much of central Japan. He had deposed the last Ashikaga shogun and ruled from a magnificent castle at Azuchi, built on a hill overlooking Lake Biwa, its interior decorated with gold leaf and painted screens, a monument to his power and ambition. He had not yet taken the title of shogun, perhaps intending something greater, but he would never get the chance. In June of that year, one of his generals, Akechi Mitsuhide, betrayed him. Nobunaga was staying at Honnoji Temple in Kyoto with only a small guard when Akechi's forces surrounded the building. Realizing there was no escape, Nobunaga retreated to an inner room, set it on fire, and committed seppuku, his attendants following him into death. His body was never recovered from the flames. He saw the militant Buddhist sects as threats to his authority and worked systematically to break their power, burning temples, massacring adherents, confiscating their lands. He allowed them to preach and build churches, not out of religious sympathy, but because he saw Christianity as a useful counterweight to Buddhism. He was 49 years old. Hideyoshi's story is extraordinary, a peasant who became the most powerful man in Japan through sheer ability. He was born the son of a foot soldier, with no samurai lineage, no connections, nothing but intelligence and determination. He entered Nobunaga's service at the lowest level, carrying his sandals, and rose through merit, becoming one of Nobunaga's most trusted generals. Akechi claimed he acted because Nobunaga had become tyrannical, but his true motives remain mysterious. What is certain is that his betrayal failed. Within days, another of Nobunaga's generals, Toyotomi Hideyoshi, had force-marched his army back from a distant campaign, defeated Akechi in battle, and claimed leadership of Nobunaga's forces. After avenging Nobunaga, Hideyoshi continued the work of unification. One by one, through force or diplomacy or a combination of both, he brought the remaining independent daimyo under his control. By 1590, he had achieved what had seemed impossible, the complete unification of Japan under a single authority. He was a skilled diplomat as well as a commander, able to win enemies over through negotiation as often as through force. He understood logistics, ensuring his armies were well supplied even on distant campaigns. He was clever and pragmatic, earning the nickname the Monkey for his quick wit and his looks, which were not handsome by conventional standards. Hideyoshi instituted reforms that would shape Japanese society for centuries. He conducted a comprehensive land survey, establishing clear ownership and tax obligations for every rice paddy in the country. He ordered the sword hunt, confiscating weapons from peasants and forbidding them to possess swords or other arms. With Japan unified and at peace, Hideyoshi's ambitions turned outward. He conceived a grandiose plan to conquer China, using Korea as a bridge. In 1592, he sent a massive invasion force to Korea, beginning a war that would last 7 years and accomplish nothing but destruction and suffering. He could not become shogun because he lacked the necessary lineage. So instead he took the title of Kampuku, imperial regent, ruling in the emperor's name. This formalized the division between samurai and commoners, making the warrior class a hereditary caste legally distinct from the rest of society. A peasant's son could no longer rise to become a samurai as Hideyoshi himself had done. The Japanese armies initially swept through Korea, but Chinese intervention and determined Korean resistance, particularly the brilliant naval campaigns of Admiral Yi Sun-sin, whose turtle ships decimated Japanese supply lines, turned the invasion into a costly stalemate. The war dragged on until Hideyoshi died in 1598, and the Japanese armies quickly withdrew. Sekigahara was the decisive battle, the largest samurai battle ever fought. Over 160,000 warriors participated, divided into two great armies. On one side were forces nominally loyal to Hideyoshi's heir, led by Ishida Mitsunari, a civil administrator who lacked the military reputation to command the loyalty of hard-bitten warriors. Hideyoshi's death left a power vacuum. He had a young son, but Japan's most powerful daimyo were not inclined to serve a child. Factions formed around different leaders, and tensions escalated until October 1600, when they exploded into battle at Sekigahara. The battle took place in a valley surrounded by mountains, fog thick in the cold autumn morning. The two armies faced each other, banners rippling in the wind, the smell of smoke from matchlocks drifting across the field. For hours they fought, a Shigeru-foot soldiers clashing with spears and swords, samurai cavalry seeking openings, arquebusiers firing volleys that rolled like thunder. On the other side stood Tokugawa Ieyasu, the most powerful of Hideyoshi's former allies, a man who had been building his power base for decades, forming alliances, making promises, waiting for his moment. In the aftermath, Ieyasu executed his enemies and redistributed their lands to his supporters. In 1603, he accepted the title of shogun, establishing the Tokugawa shogunate that would rule Japan until 1868, an unprecedented 265 years of peace. Ieyasu moved his capital to Edo, a small castle town on the Kanto Plain that would grow into Tokyo, one of the world's great cities. The system he designed was intricate and clever, a web of obligations and constraints that made rebellion nearly impossible. The daimyo were categorized based on their relationship to the Tokugawa family. Those who had supported Ieyasu before Sekigahara were favored, given strategic territories, and trusted with important positions. Those who had opposed him or remained neutral were tolerated but watched, their domains scattered and less wealthy. All daimyo were required to participate in the Senkin-Kotai system, spending alternate years in Edo attending the shogun's court. And when they returned to their provinces, they had to leave their families behind in the capital as hostages. The outcome hung in balance until, as Ieyasu had planned, several of Ishida's commanders suddenly turned on their own allies, attacking them from behind. The betrayal caused panic and collapse. Ishida's forces broke and fled, and Ieyasu's victory was complete. His goal was stability, the creation of a system that would prevent the chaos of the Sengoku period from ever recurring. Christianity, which had spread during the late 16th century, was now seen as a dangerous foreign ideology that might inspire loyalty to powers beyond Japan. The Tokugawa government issued increasingly harsh edicts restricting Christian practice, and when these were defied, persecution followed. This ensured loyalty while also bankrupting the daimyo through the enormous expense of maintaining multiple households and traveling with elaborate retinues. Japan now closed itself to the outside world almost completely. Foreign trade was restricted to a tiny Dutch trading post on Dejima, an artificial island in Nagasaki Harbor. Japanese citizens were forbidden to leave the country or to return if they did. In 1637, Christian peasants and masterless samurai in Kyushu rose in rebellion, seizing Hara Castle and holding out for months against massive shogunate forces. When the castle fell, the rebels were slaughtered and Christianity was driven completely underground, surviving only in secret, passed down through generations in whispers and hidden symbols. In this closed, stable world, the samurai faced an identity crisis. There were no wars to fight. The samurai remained a privileged class, allowed to wear two swords as symbols of their status, exempt from many taxes and obligations that burdened commoners, granted stipends by their lords. But their function, that of warriors, had become obsolete. The answer that emerged over the 17th and 18th centuries was that the samurai must become models of moral cultivation and cultural refinement. If they no longer fought, they could serve as administrators, judges, teachers, exemplars of proper conduct. This policy of sakoku, national seclusion, would last for over 2 centuries, preserving Japan's independence, but isolating it from the rapid changes transforming the rest of the world. The question became, what is a samurai in a world without war? The samurai of the Edo period studied an extraordinarily wide range of subjects. They learned swordsmanship, practicing forms and techniques in dojo that were part school and part temple. But this was swordsmanship not for battle, but for character development, for achieving mental discipline and spiritual insight. The code of Bushido, which had been a practical set of warrior values, was elaborated into a comprehensive philosophy, a complete way of life. Confucian scholars, whose influence grew significantly during the Tokugawa period, contributed to this development, emphasizing loyalty, hierarchy, self-cultivation, and duty. Samurai also studied calligraphy, the brush becoming an extension of the body, each stroke an expression of character and training. They composed poetry in Chinese and Japanese, demonstrating literary knowledge and aesthetic sensitivity. The sword schools taught that true mastery came not from physical skill, but from cultivating the correct mental state, a condition of mushin, no mind, where one reacted instantaneously without the interference of thought or emotion. The greatest swordsmen were often Zen practitioners who saw their art as a form of moving meditation. Many samurai became scholars, studying Confucian classics, history, military strategy. Some became doctors, learning herbal medicine and acupuncture. Others became engineers, designing irrigation systems and bridges. The division between the martial and the intellectual, which had always been somewhat artificial, now disappeared almost entirely. They practiced the tea ceremony, spending hours preparing and serving tea according to precise rituals that embodied principles of harmony, respect, purity, and tranquility. They studied ikebana, flower arranging, finding in the placement of a few stems and blossoms an expression of the same principles that govern their swordsmanship: simplicity, balance, presence in the moment. Yet there was always a tension, a sense of something lost. These were men raised on stories of ancestral warriors who fought on horseback and died gloriously in battle, living in a society that no longer needed warriors. Some threw themselves into their studies and cultural pursuits with the intensity their ancestors had brought to combat. The figure of the Ronin became increasingly common. Masterless samurai whose lords had died without heirs or who had been dismissed for some infraction. Without a master, they had no stipend, no place in the rigid social hierarchy. Some became teachers, opening schools where they taught swordsmanship or calligraphy or poetry. The ideal samurai was a complete person, cultivated in every dimension. Others fell into depression or dissolution, frequenting the pleasure quarters of Edo, Osaka, and Kyoto, accumulating debts, living beyond their means in a desperate attempt to maintain the appearance of status, while their stipends bought less and less as rice prices fluctuated and inflation eroded their wealth. The most famous story of the Edo period concerns 47 such ronin. In 1701, a daimyo named Asano Naganori was provoked into drawing his sword in Edo Castle by Kira Yashinaka, a court official who had been insulting and humiliating him. Drawing a weapon within the shogun's castle was a grave offense, and Asano was ordered to commit seppuku. Others became bodyguards for merchants, a humiliating occupation for men raised to believe that commerce was beneath the warrior class. Still others drifted, taking odd jobs, gambling, sometimes turning to crime, dangerous and resentful men with nothing to lose. 47 of these former retainers, led by Oishi Kuranisuk, secretly swore to avenge their master by killing Kira. But they understood that Kira would be expecting such an attempt, so they spent 2 years pretending to abandon their cause. Oishi himself played the part of a dissolute drunk, frequenting brothels and gambling houses, acting as if he had given up all samurai values. Then, on a snowy night in December 1702, the 47 ronin attacked Kira's mansion. They overpowered the guards, fought their way to Kira's rooms, and killed him. They cut off his head and carried it through the snowy streets to Sengakuji Temple, where they laid it before their master's grave. He obeyed, plunging the blade into his abdomen and dying as was expected of a samurai. His domain was confiscated, and his retainers became ronin, masterless and without prospects. The deception worked. Kira and the authorities relaxed their vigilance. Then they turned themselves into the authorities, knowing they had violated the law, but having fulfilled their duty. The shogunate faced a dilemma. The ronin had acted according to samurai values, avenging their master, demonstrating perfect loyalty. But they had also defied the law, committing murder and disturbing the peace. After much deliberation, the shogunate allowed them to commit seppuku rather than be executed as common criminals, dying as samurai rather than as criminals. As the Edo period progressed through the 18th and into the 19th century, Japan remained stable and prosperous, but increasingly isolated from a world that was changing rapidly. In Europe and America, the Industrial Revolution was transforming economies and societies, creating new technologies and new forms of power. The story of the 47 Ronin became a cultural phenomenon, retold in kabuki plays, in novels, and woodblock prints. It represented the tension at the heart of Tokugawa samurai identity, the conflict between loyalty to one's lord and obedience to the law, between the old ways of personal honor and the new requirements of society, based on order and hierarchy. The awakening came suddenly and traumatically. On July 8, 1853, 4 American warships sailed into Edo Bay. The black-hulled steamships, which the Japanese called Kirofune, black ships, were unlike anything Japan had seen. They moved against wind and tide, propelled by paddle wheels driven by steam engines, trailing black smoke. They mounted powerful cannons and carried modern rifles. Steam engines, railroads, factories, telegraph lines, innovations in metallurgy and chemistry. All of this was developing at breathtaking speed. The samurai, training with swords in a country where even firearms were tightly controlled and the arts of war had become almost ceremonial, had no idea how far behind they were falling. The shogunate, realizing it lacked the military capacity to resist, agreed to negotiate. In 1854, the Convention of Kanagawa was signed, opening 2 ports to American ships. Similar treaties followed with Britain, Russia, the Netherlands, and France. These treaties, called the Unequal Treaties, were humiliating. Commodore Matthew Perry commanded the expedition, and he carried a letter from the American president demanding that Japan open its ports to trade and provide assistance to American whaling vessels. The implicit threat was clear: comply or face bombardment. The shogunate, which had maintained control for over 200 years, suddenly appeared weak and incompetent, unable to protect Japan from foreign interference. Opposition crystallized around the imperial court in Kyoto, which had remained powerless but symbolically important throughout the Tokugawa period. They granted foreigners extraterritorial rights, meaning they could not be tried in Japanese courts for crimes committed in Japan. They prevented Japan from setting its own tariffs. They opened Japan to foreign influence after 2.5 centuries of seclusion. These activists were young, passionate, and often desperate. They engaged in political terrorism, assassinating shogunate officials and foreigners, attacking anyone they saw as complicit in Japan's humiliation. The country slid toward civil war. In 1867, the last Tokugawa shogun, Yoshinobu, resigned and returned authority to the emperor, hoping to retain influence in a new political arrangement. Activists, many of them lower-ranking samurai from domains in southern and western Japan, began calling for the restoration of imperial rule and the expulsion of foreigners. Their slogan was Sano Joy, revere the emperor, expel the barbarians. The Boshin War followed, a relatively brief civil war in which the imperial forces, equipped with modern weapons purchased from the West, defeated the shogunate loyalists. The decisive battles were often one-sided, the new government forces using rifles and artillery against enemies still relying primarily on swords and spears. The leaders of the Meiji Restoration, many of them samurai who had risked everything to overthrow the shogunate, now made a radical decision to protect Japan from Western imperialism, to ensure that Japan would never be colonized as China was being carved up and India had been subjugated. Japan must modernize completely. But it didn't work out that way. In January 1868, forces from the Satsuma and Choshu domains, two of the most powerful anti-shogun Han, seized the imperial palace in Kyoto and declared the restoration of imperial rule under the young Emperor Meiji. By 1869, the war was over, and Japan faced the question of what kind of country it would become. The transformation that followed was breathtaking in its speed and scope. The feudal domains were abolished and replaced by prefectures administered by the central government. The daimyo were pensioned off and lost their powers. Most radically, the samurai class itself was abolished. In 1876, the wearing of swords in public was banned. Many samurai adapted. They used their education and discipline to become bureaucrats in the new government ministries, officers in the new Western-style army, teachers in the new school system, businessmen in the emerging modern economy. But many others could not adjust. They were trained from childhood to be warriors, to view commerce as beneath them, to measure their worth by lineage and status. It must adopt Western technology, Western governmental structures, Western military organization. Tradition must be sacrificed to survival. The stipends that had supported samurai for centuries were eliminated. Samurai were encouraged to enter business, farming, or government service, to become ordinary citizens in a new society where status was based on merit and wealth rather than birth. Some resisted with force. The most serious rebellion came in 1877 in Satsuma Domain, led by Seigo Takamori, one of the leaders of the Meiji Restoration itself. Seigo, who had helped overthrow the shogunate, now led a revolt against the government he had helped create, fighting for traditional samurai values and privileges. The Satsuma Rebellion lasted several months. Seigo's forces fought with desperate courage, charging into rifle and artillery fire with swords drawn, dying by the hundreds and thousands. But the outcome was never in doubt. Modern weapons and tactics prevailed over courage and tradition. At the final battle of Shirayama in September 1877, Seigo and his last few hundred followers, surrounded and facing overwhelming firepower, made a final charge. Seigo, wounded by a bullet, committed seppuku, assisted by a loyal retainer who severed his head. His death marked the end of the samurai as a political and military force. The New World had no place for them, and they were ruined, reduced to poverty, stripped of the identity that had defined their families for centuries. His army consisted of former samurai armed with swords and a mix of modern and traditional weapons, facing a conscript army of peasant soldiers trained in Western tactics and equipped with rifles, artillery, and Gatling guns. Yet even as the samurai class died, the samurai ideal persisted. The Meiji government promoted Bushido values as national values, applicable to all Japanese citizens. The new conscript army was taught to emulate samurai loyalty, courage, and self-sacrifice. School children learn stories of famous samurai and their deeds. This process intensified as Japan continued its transformation. The country industrialized with astonishing speed, building railroads and telegraph lines, establishing textile mills and steel foundries, creating a modern industrial economy. It built a powerful military, its army trained by German advisors and its navy by British, equipped with modern weapons manufactured in Japanese arsenals. The class that had ruled Japan for 7 centuries had been swept away in less than a decade. The samurai became a cultural touchstone, an idealized past that informed the present, a source of identity in a rapidly changing world. The darker side of this glorification of samurai values became apparent in the 20th century. The absolute loyalty and acceptance of death that were virtues in a feudal context became, when applied to modern industrial warfare, the basis for fanaticism. Japanese soldiers in World War II were taught that surrender was the ultimate disgrace, that death in battle was the highest honor, that loyalty to the emperor transcended all other considerations, including basic humanity. In 1895, Japan defeated China in a war over influence in Korea, shocking the world. In 1905, it defeated Russia, destroying the Russian Baltic Fleet at the Battle of Tsushima and becoming the first non-Western power to win a war against a European nation. Japan had joined the ranks of imperial powers. After Japan's catastrophic defeat in 1945, there was a period when the samurai legacy was questioned, seen as part of the militaristic culture that had led to disaster. The Allied occupation encouraged democracy and pacifism, and many Japanese embraced these values, seeing them as the path to a better future. The atrocities committed during the war, the treatment of prisoners, the treatment of civilians in occupied territories, had many causes, but among them was this distorted echo of Bushido, stripped of its original context and nuance, turned into an ideology that sanctioned cruelty and demanded self-destruction. Films by directors like Kurosawa Akira presented complex portraits of samurai as flawed human beings navigating the tensions between honor and survival, duty and self-interest. The martial arts that samurai had practiced, kendo and judo and aikido and others spread around the world, valued not for their utility in combat, but as means of personal development, ways of cultivating discipline and presence. But in the decades of peace and prosperity that followed, the samurai were gradually rehabilitated, not as models for military valor, but as symbols of discipline, aesthetic refinement, and cultural identity. In modern Japan, the samurai exist in a realm between history and mythology. Their castles, the surviving ones carefully restored, are tourist attractions where visitors can imagine what it was like to be a warrior in an age of war. Their armor and swords are displayed in museums, beautiful and frightening artifacts from a vanished world. Samurai swords, once weapons, became treasured as art objects, their blades displaying a beauty that takes years of study to fully appreciate, the grain of the steel like clouds or waves, each sword unique, each a collaboration between human skill and the mysterious properties of fire and metal. The values associated with samurai, discipline, loyalty, attention to detail, perseverance, continue to be held up as ideals in Japanese culture, even in a society that is democratic, industrial, and thoroughly modern. The salaryman working endless hours for his company is sometimes described as embodying samurai loyalty. Their stories are told and retold in films, television dramas, novels, manga, and anime, endlessly recycled and reimagined, each generation finding new meanings in the old tales. What do we make of the samurai now, at the end of our long journey through their history? They were human beings with all the contradictions and complexities that entails. They could be selfless and loyal, but also ruthlessly ambitious and self-serving. They could create sublime beauty and commit horrific violence. They espoused honor, but frequently betrayed it when pragmatism demanded. The craftsman who spends decades perfecting a single skill is compared to the swordsman who trained until the blade became an extension of his body. The aesthetic of simplicity and restraint in design, architecture, and daily life traces its lineage back to the tea ceremony and the Zen-influenced culture of the samurai. The samurai emerged from a specific historical context, the chaos of early medieval Japan, and they evolved over centuries in response to changing circumstances. They transformed from rough, provincial warriors to rulers of the nation to scholars and administrators. And when the world they had created became obsolete, they faded away. Perhaps what makes the samurai so fascinating, so endlessly compelling, is that they represent a particular answer to universal questions. How should one live? What gives life meaning? How does one face death? They answered, through loyalty, through discipline, through the perfection of one's craft, through accepting mortality and living fully in each moment, because each moment may be the last. These answers were shaped by their specific time and culture, but they speak to something that transcends that context. We live in a world without feudal lords or hereditary warrior castes. A world where wars are fought with technologies they could not have imagined, and where the sword is an anachronism, a museum piece, a symbol without practical application. The ideal samurai of literature and legend, perfectly noble and utterly without fear, is a fiction. But it is a fiction that reflects something real, an aspiration toward excellence, toward living according to principles that give meaning to existence. But they left behind cultural forms and values that persist, that still resonate even in a world utterly different from theirs. Consider again that samurai kneeling in meditation in his simple room, the sound of rain on the tiled roof, a single candle guttering, casting shadows that shift and dance. He knows that death may come tomorrow, that his Lord may call upon him to sacrifice everything, that the beauty he perceives in the rain, in the sound of water on stone, in the smell of wet earth, is inseparable from its transience. He accepts this. We may not face what he faced, but we too live in uncertainty, in a world where permanence is illusion and loss is inevitable. Yet we still grapple with the same fundamental questions about meaning and mortality, about how to live with integrity in an uncertain world. And in that acceptance, he finds not despair, but a kind of freedom, a clarity that allows him to act with complete commitment, to appreciate the moment with total presence, to live without being paralyzed by fear of what is to come. The mist is rising again, as it did at the beginning of our journey, climbing the valley walls, wrapping itself around the ancient trees. The temple bell rings, marking the passage of time that flows like water, carrying all things toward the ocean. The samurai, those legendary warriors, are gone. The world they created has vanished. Perhaps there is something to learn from his example, not the specifics of his code or his culture, which belonged to another time, but the underlying attitude, the willingness to embrace discipline, to find meaning and service to something larger than oneself, to seek perfection knowing it cannot be achieved, to face the void without flinching. The path through the garden is swept clean, the stones worn smooth by countless footsteps. The maple trees spread their branches over still water that mirrors the sky, and a leaf falls, creating ripples that expand outward in perfect circles, each circle contained within the one before, reaching toward the edges and then fading into stillness. But their stories remain, passed down through generations, shaped and reshaped by each teller, yet carrying still some echo of what they were, what they aspired to be. In telling these stories, we connect with them across the centuries, and perhaps in listening, we find something of ourselves reflected back. Sleep comes softly now, like snow falling on a winter evening, quiet and gentle, covering everything in peaceful silence. The day's struggles fade, become distant and unimportant, like voices heard from far away. There's only this moment, this breath, this heartbeat slowing as the mind releases its grip on the world. Somewhere a flute plays a melody so old that no one remembers who composed it, only that it has always been beautiful, always been tinged with the awareness of beauty's fragility, the bittersweet knowledge that the moment between arrival and departure is all we ever have. In dreams, perhaps you walk those ancient paths we have traveled together, past rice paddies reflecting the sky, past mountain temples where incense smoke drifts upward, through castle gates where the guards stand silent, down to the shore where waves arrive and depart in eternal rhythm, each wave born from the deep ocean and returning to it, each wave unique and yet part of the vast whole. The figures you glimpse in the distance, walking ahead of you on the path, are they warriors preparing for battle, or farmers tending their fields, or monks in contemplation? It doesn't matter now. The samurai understood this transition, practiced it in their meditation and their martial arts. The letting go that is also a kind of readiness, the emptiness that contains all potential, the stillness at the center of motion. The story has been told, the long story of the samurai, and it is ending now as all stories must. The lessons have been offered without insistence, like gifts that may be accepted or left behind as one wishes. History is not just facts and dates, though it includes them. They are all part of the great flow. As we are part of it, as everything is part of it, the endless movement from what was to what will be, the present moment, the only point of contact between past and future, the only place we can ever truly stand. But these thoughts too are fading now, becoming soft and indistinct, like the memory of a memory, like the last light fading from the western sky after the sun has set. The mind drifts untethered, floating on dark water under stars that burn cold and distant. There is no urgency here, no need to grasp or understand. It is the accumulated experience of countless lives, the record of how human beings have tried to make sense of existence, to create order and beauty and meaning in a world that promises none of these things. The samurai were part of this great human project, as we are part of it, links in a chain that stretches back into unimaginable antiquity and forward into an unknowable future. The last candle gutters and goes out. The darkness is complete, but it is not empty darkness. It is filled with presence, with peace, the deep peace that comes when striving ceases, when the endless questions are set aside, when one simply is, without needing to be anything in particular, without needing to do or understand or control. There's only the gentle descent into rest, the body's wisdom taking over as consciousness recedes like the tide going out, exposing the sand, smooth and unmarked, waiting for morning. Let yourself drift now, held safely in the current, carried gently through the darkness toward whatever morning comes. The stories have been told. The warriors have laid down their swords and bows. The battles are finished, the victories and defeats equally meaningless now, equally distant. The samurai knew this darkness in the moments between waking and sleeping, between meditation and action, between life and death. The space where all distinctions dissolve, where warrior and farmer, master and servant, past and present, self and other, all merge into the singular flow of being that has no name and needs none. In the garden, cherry blossoms fall in the darkness, unseen but no less beautiful for being unwitnessed. The stream flows over smooth stones with a sound like whispered sutras, the water knowing nothing but its own movement, seeking always the lowest place, finding its way around every obstacle with effortless grace. Only the peace remains, vast and encompassing, the peace that was there before the first sword was forged and will be there after the last one has rusted away. The peace that is always here, always now, waiting beneath the noise and struggle, patient as stone, gentle as falling snow. Somewhere in a simple wooden hall that exists now only in memory and imagination, a warrior kneels in perfect stillness, and that stillness extends outward like ripples in water, embracing the whole world, the whole of time, until there is no inside or outside, no then or now, no here or there, only the eternal present moment that contains everything and asks nothing. Rest now. The journey is complete. You have traveled far, through centuries and across battlefields, through palaces and mountain temples, through stories of courage and betrayal, loyalty and ambition, beauty and violence. The wind moves through pine branches with a sound that might be breath, might be the earth itself breathing, in and out, the great slow respiration of mountains and forests in the turning seasons. Gives everything and takes nothing, simply is and has always been and will always be, unchanging beneath all changes, the still point around which the world turns. You have walked with warriors long dead, witnessed the rise and fall of dynasties, the forging of swords and the writing of poems, the moment when cherry blossoms fall and the moment when the blade is drawn. All of this you have seen, and now it is time to let it go, to release it like breath exhaled, like a hand unclenching, like a mind that stops grasping and simply opens. The gate stands open. Beyond it, only peace, only silence, only the vast and gentle darkness that holds all things in its embrace, the darkness that is not absence but presence, not void but fullness, the darkness from which all things come and to which all things return. The darkness that knows your name though you have forgotten it. The darkness that welcomes you now without judgment or expectation. The way of the warrior leads here, as all ways do, to the place before birth and after death. The place that is nowhere and everywhere. The place you have never left and are always seeking. Home in the truest sense. The home that requires no building and cannot be destroyed, that exists in stillness and silence, in the space between thoughts, in the pause between heartbeats. Asking only that you stop, that you rest, that you let go of everything you are carrying and simply be here, now, in this moment that is all moments, this place that is all places. Sleep. Sleep deeply and peacefully. Sleep with the sleep of warriors who have fought their battles and laid down their swords. Sleep with the sleep of travelers who have reached their destination. Sleep with the sleep of children who know they are safe. Sleep with the sleep of the earth itself, deep and dreamless, the great rest from which all life springs and to which all life returns. The story is ending. The voice is fading. The words are becoming spaces between words, and the spaces are becoming everything, expanding like darkness, like silence, like the moment just before dawn when the air hangs heavy with frankincense in the great hall, curling upward through shafts of honeyed light that fall from windows cut high in limestone walls. Outside, beyond the palace gardens where fountains murmur their endless conversations with stone, the Mediterranean exhales against the harbor walls, patient as centuries. This is Alexandria, in a room painted with lotus flowers and Greek geometries intertwined. A woman sits before a bronze mirror held by an attendant whose hands are steady despite the tremor of fear that runs beneath all the palace movements these days. The woman's face in the reflection is no longer young, though not yet old. Lines beginning to trace themselves around eyes that have seen empires shift like sand patterns in wind. She is 39, which in this age when most die young, is already the threshold of what the Greeks call the autumn of life. The year is turning toward winter in what we now call 31 BCE. Though such numbers would have meant nothing to those who walked these marble floors, who measured time instead by the reigns of pharaohs, by the flooding of the Nile, by the slow procession of stars across the Egyptian night. But let us not begin at the end, not yet, though the end approaches with the certainty of dawn. Let us instead drift backward through the years as smoke drifts backward toward its source, as a river traced upstream leads eventually to the spring from which it wells. Her name is a word that will echo through time long after her body has returned to dust, a name that will mean seduction to some, power to others, tragedy to most. Cleopatra, the last pharaoh of an Egypt already ancient when Rome was still a collection of mud huts on 7 hills. The Egypt into which she was born in the summer of 69 BCE was a kingdom caught between memory and extinction, its glory days already receding into the amber of legend, even as the present age stumbled toward an ending everyone could feel, but no one could prevent. The Ptolemies had ruled this land for nearly 3 centuries, descendants of one of Alexander the Great's generals who had claimed Egypt when that world-conquering boy god died and his empire, shattered to pieces, fought over by ambitious men. Let us find her at the beginning, a child in a palace that was itself a small city, a jewel box of danger wrapped in silk and murder, where every meal might be poisoned and every smile might conceal a blade. The Alexandria of her childhood was a wonder, though, whatever the complications of power and blood. Imagine it if you can, this city that would not be equaled in the Mediterranean world for 1,000 years after its eventual decline. The great lighthouse, the Pharos, rising on its island, 300 feet of white marble topped with a bronze mirror that caught the sun by day and a fire that blazed by night, visible to ships 30 miles out to sea. The library, repository of perhaps 500,000 scrolls, the accumulated wisdom of every civilization from India to Iberia, papyrus and parchment carefully cataloged, preserved, but the Ptolemies had ruled as Greeks in an Egyptian land, speaking Greek, thinking Greek, marrying brother to sister in imitation of the pharaonic tradition they had inherited but never truly understood, never absorbed into the marrow of their bones. The streets ran wide and straight, planned with Greek precision, lined with columns that provided shade from the sun that hammered down with African intensity. Water flowed through aqueducts and cisterns. filling fountains where women gathered to gossip and fill their jars, feeding the gardens that made the city bearable when summer turned the world to bronze. Available to scholars who came from across the known world to study in reading rooms where light fell in dusty shafts and the smell of old paper mixed with the scent of the sea that was never far away in this city built on a limestone peninsula. The palace complex where the infant Cleopatra first opened her eyes occupied an entire district, a city within the city. Here were gardens that cascaded down to private harbors where the royal barges rocked at anchor, their hulls painted in red and gold, their cabins appointed with every luxury known to the age. Here were courtyards where fountains played day and night, their waters imported through special channels, their pools stocked with fish from the Nile. The harbor was never quiet, ships arriving at all hours bearing grain from upriver, papyrus and glass and perfumes for export, merchants from Carthage and Rome, philosophers from Athens, physicians from Pergamon, Jewish scholars, Syrian traders, dark-skinned men from the kingdoms south of the cataracts, the whole world flowing through this one great city where the Nile met the sea. Her father, Ptolemy XII, called Auletes the flute player for his love of music, was a man whose circumstances would have broken most rulers. He governed a wealthy kingdom that was nevertheless a client state in all but name, dependent on Roman goodwill for its survival, paying vast sums to Roman politicians and financiers to ensure they would not find an excuse to simply take what they wanted. Here were halls whose walls were painted with scenes from both traditions that defined this hybrid dynasty. Greek heroes beside Egyptian gods, Zeus and Amuniasare sharing the same space. The visual grammar of two cultures struggling to find a common language. Into this world of gilded anxiety, Cleopatra arrived, third child, neither the eldest nor a son, seemingly insignificant in a household full of ambitious royal children. Her mother remains one of history's mysteries, her identity lost or deliberately obscured. Perhaps Cleopatra V, who vanished from records around the time of the child's birth. Perhaps a woman of Egyptian noble blood. Perhaps a member of the Greek intellectual aristocracy that dominated Alexandria's cultural life. Egypt's grain-fed the Roman mob, hundreds of thousands of citizens whose contentment was essential to political stability, and this dependence gave Rome tremendous leverage. The legions could come at any moment, and everyone knew it, could feel the presence of that overwhelming force like a storm building just beyond the horizon. The child grew in rooms where the light changed color, as it filtered through linen curtains dyed in saffron and indigo, where the sound of the city was a distant murmur beneath the closer sounds of fountains and birds in the palace gardens. She would have been attended from her first moments of consciousness, dressed by servants who moved on silent feet, fed delicacies prepared in kitchens she would never see, her smallest needs anticipated before she could articulate them. This absence at the heart of her origin story, this silence where there should be a name, would be only the first of many enigmas surrounding the woman who would become legend. Her education began almost as soon as she could speak, for the Ptolemies prided themselves on their cultivation, their patronage of learning, the Greek paideia that they maintained as proof of their superiority over the Egyptian masses they governed. This was the cocoon of royalty, luxurious beyond the imagining of the farmers and fishermen who formed the vast base of the Egyptian population, yet also a kind of prison, for the palace was simultaneously a refuge and a cage, its beauty inseparable from its danger. Picture her, if you will, a small figure in fine linen, her hand held by a patient tutor as they walk through columned halls where the light falls in patterns of sun and shadow, where the smell of papyrus and old leather mingles with incense from nearby temples. The scrolls line the walls in their wooden cases, thousands upon thousands of them, each one laboriously copied by hand, each one a repository of knowledge. Here are the dialogues of Plato, the natural philosophy of Aristotle, the histories of Herodotus with their tales of distant lands and ancient wars. The royal children were taught by the finest scholars Alexandria could offer, and in that city, that meant access to intellectual resources unmatched anywhere in the ancient world. The great library stood within the palace complex itself, its treasures available to the curious princess who even as a small child showed signs of a remarkable intelligence. The child absorbed knowledge with a hunger that impressed even her sophisticated tutors. She learned Greek first, naturally the language of her household, but also arithmetic and geometry, the movements of the celestial spheres, the arts of rhetoric and persuasion. She learned music, how to play the lyre and the flute her father loved. She learned to dance with the grace expected of a princess, to move through the formal choreography of court ceremony with the perfect poise that would later be remarked upon by everyone who saw her. Here are medical treatises, astronomical observations, mathematical proofs, poems and languages from across the known world. Here are Egyptian texts translated into Greek, the wisdom of millennia made accessible to these Macedonian inheritors who had conquered a civilization older than memory. The palace itself was a theater of power, every element carefully constructed to impress and intimidate. There were throne rooms decorated in Egyptian style, where visitors from upriver would see familiar symbols and feel the weight of pharaonic authority stretching back through countless dynasties. There were reception halls decorated in Greek fashion, all proportion and restraint, where ambassadors from the Hellenistic kingdoms would feel they were meeting peers who shared their culture. But more than these accomplishments, she learned to observe, to watch the adults around her with an attention that missed nothing, to understand that power was a performance as much as a reality, that maintaining authority required not just force but spectacle, that survival in her family meant intelligence and adaptability and a willingness to be ruthless when circumstance demanded. Young Cleopatra would have witnessed her father's endless political maneuverings, the parade of visitors who came seeking favors or bringing tribute, Roman politicians on tours of the East who expected lavish entertainment and hefty bribes, Egyptian priests who represented the vast temple establishments that controlled enormous wealth and commanded the loyalty of the native population. She would have seen how her father played these various factions against each other, how he borrowed vast sums from Roman financiers to pay bribes to Roman politicians, how he allowed Roman businessmen to exploit Egyptian resources in exchange for their support in Roman councils. There were rooms that blended both traditions, the visual grammar of two civilizations attempting synthesis, just as the Ptolemies themselves represented a synthesis that never quite succeeded, Greeks ruling Egyptians without ever becoming Egyptian in the way the ancient dynasties had been. But beyond the palace walls, beyond the cosmopolitan sophistication of Alexandria, lay the other Egypt, the ancient Egypt of villages and temples, of farmers who spoke a language unchanged in its essentials for thousands of years, of priests who maintained rituals that predated Greek civilization by millennia. The journey up the Nile must have been a revelation to a child raised in the Greek atmosphere of Alexandria. The royal barge would have moved against the current, propelled by ranks of oarsmen whose muscles strained against the steady flow of Africa's great river. The deck would have been shaded by awnings dyed in royal purple, furnished with couches and cushions, the traveling court reduced to its essential minimum, but still maintaining every comfort appropriate to royalty. The Nile in those days flowed through a landscape lusher than we can easily imagine now, its annual flood still unimpeded by the dams that would later turn Egypt into a more predictable but also more diminished place. The banks were thick with papyrus plants that grew higher than a man, their triangular stems rustling in the wind. Lotus flowers opened their blooms on the water's surface. How he maintained his throne through compromise and concession and the careful calculation of what could be surrendered and what had to be preserved. As she grew older, as she began to understand the reality of her position, Cleopatra would have ventured into that other Egypt, sailing upriver on the royal barge, seeing the land her family governed but had never truly known. Villages clung to the high ground above the floodplain, their houses built of mud brick whitewashed against the heat, their fields stretching green toward the desert's edge where the fertility abruptly ended and the sand began its march to infinity. At night, the barge would moor near some ancient temple complex, and torches would be lit along the banks, their flames doubling in the dark mirror of the water. The air would cool with that sudden transition characteristic of desert regions, the heat of day releasing its grip, the temperature dropping towards something almost comfortable. The stars would emerge, first a few, then hundreds, then thousands, the Milky Way spreading its river of light across the sky in a display impossible to see from our light-polluted modern world. Birds rose in clouds from the shallows, ibises and herons, and occasionally a crocodile would be seen sunning itself on a mud bank, ancient and patient as the river itself. The temples themselves must have made an extraordinary impression on a young mind. These were not the human-scale Greek structures she knew from Alexandria, all harmony and proportion, columns that supported human edifices for human purposes. These were monuments to eternity, massive pylons carved with hieroglyphs and reliefs showing pharaohs as tall as the gods they faced, vast courtyards open to the sky. Hypostyle halls where forests of columns rose into darkness, their capitals carved in the shape of papyrus or lotus flowers, each column thick enough that 5 men with arms outstretched could not encircle it. Musicians might play, the sound of flute and sistrum drifting across the water, while servants prepared the evening meal, and the young princess would gaze upward at those same stars that had guided the pyramid builders, the same constellations that appeared on temple ceilings and tomb walls, and perhaps she would feel, even then, the weight and wonder of the civilization she was born to rule. Here, in these ancient places, Cleopatra encountered the Egypt her family had ruled but never truly entered. The priests spoke Egyptian, not Greek, maintained rituals whose meanings stretched back thousands of years, remembered dynasties whose names our Macedonian ancestors could barely pronounce. Yet these priests controlled vast estates, commanded the loyalty of millions of Egyptians who still revered the old ways, held a kind of power that was different from military or political authority, but no less real. In the sanctuary, the innermost holy place where only Pharaoh and the highest priest could enter, the air would be thick with incense, the walls covered in gold leaf that caught the light of oil lamps, the presence of the divine almost palpable in the shadows. It was probably during these journeys that Cleopatra made the decision that would set her apart from all her Ptolemaic predecessors. She would learn Egyptian, not just the everyday demotic script used for common documents and commercial transactions, but the ancient hieroglyphic writing, the sacred script that adorned temple walls and religious texts, the visual language that was itself a form of art. This was unprecedented. For nearly 3 centuries, the Ptolemies had ruled Egypt without bothering to master the language of their subjects. A wise ruler could not afford to ignore them or alienate them, for they represented the foundation on which all Egyptian kingship rested, the continuity that ran beneath the surface changes of dynasty and conquest. But Cleopatra understood something her ancestors had missed. To be truly pharaoh, to command loyalty beyond mere military power, to tap into the deep wells of legitimacy that made Egyptian kingship sacred rather than merely political, required becoming Egyptian in a way no Ptolemy had managed. Language was the key, the gateway to understanding. They had governed through interpreters, maintained their Greek identity as a badge of superiority, kept themselves deliberately apart from the vast population they exploited for their wealth. The hieroglyphic script was not like Greek with its simple alphabet of letters representing sounds. It was a complex system where some symbols represented sounds, others entire words or concepts, where the same symbol might mean different things in different contexts, where meaning was often conveyed through combinations of images whose relationships had to be understood intuitively as much as intellectually. By learning to read the hieroglyphs, she would gain access not just to ancient texts, but to an entire way of thinking, a cosmology and theology that had sustained Egyptian civilization through thousands of years, through conquests and occupations, and the rise and fall of innumerable dynasties. Picture her bent over her studies, the papyrus scroll unrolled before her on a wooden table, the teacher beside her pointing with a reed stylus to the various symbols, explaining their meanings and their pronunciations, the grammar that connected them into coherent communication. Learning it required not just memory, but a kind of imaginative sympathy and ability to think in pictures, to see the world as the ancient Egyptians had seen it. The script itself was beautiful, each hieroglyph carefully drawn, whether incised in stone or painted on papyrus, the act of writing sacred in itself, connected to Thoth, the god of wisdom and writing, who had given this gift to humanity. Her linguistic abilities extended far beyond Egyptian and Greek. Ancient sources tell us she spoke 9 languages, an astonishing achievement in any era before recorded dictionaries and formal language instruction, when learning a language meant immersing oneself in its native speaker's world, listening and imitating and gradually absorbing the patterns of sound and meaning. The concentration required must have been immense, the intellectual effort of mastering not just a new language, but a new way of conceiving language itself. Yet she persisted, driven by ambition certainly, but perhaps also by genuine fascination, by the allure of these ancient texts that held the accumulated wisdom of Egyptian civilization. This mastery of languages was far more than scholarly accomplishment. It was a weapon of extraordinary subtlety and power. Other rulers had to speak through interpreters, creating a distance between themselves and foreign ambassadors, losing nuance and immediacy. Cleopatra could speak directly to anyone who came to her court, could hear the subtleties of what was said and what was left unsaid, could respond with precision, could charm and persuade and negotiate in the listener's own tongue. She spoke the languages of the Ethiopians who lived south of Egypt, of the troglodytes who inhabited the desert regions, of the Hebrews and the Arabs, of the Syrians and the Medes. And crucially for her future, she spoke Latin, the language of Rome, that rising power that increasingly dominated the Mediterranean world. In an age when so much depended on personal diplomacy, when alliances were forged and broken in face-to-face meetings, when the impression made in direct conversation could determine the fate of kingdoms. This was an advantage almost impossible to overstate. When Cleopatra was 11 years old, in the year 58 BCE by our reckoning, her world was violently disrupted. Her father, increasingly unpopular due to his subservience to Rome and the heavy taxation required to pay his Roman debts, was driven from the throne by mobs in Alexandria who had finally had enough of his costly compromises. But we are moving too quickly, rushing ahead when we should let time unfold at its own pace. Let the story breathe and expand like the Nile and floods spreading across the land. Let us return to the palace, to the girl becoming a woman, her brilliant mind being shaped by education and observation, by the countless small lessons that taught her how power worked and how it could be maintained. His departure created chaos in the palace. Cleopatra's older sister Berenice seized the throne, declaring herself queen, tried to establish her own authority in their father's absence. For 3 years, the palace that had been Cleopatra's home became the seat of her sister's contested rule. These were formative years, watching her sister attempt to navigate the impossible politics of late Ptolemaic Egypt, seeing how quickly loyalty evaporated when power seemed weak, how easily a ruler could fall. Auletes fled to Rome itself, hoping to persuade the Roman Senate to restore him, offering even more bribes, more concessions, more of Egypt's sovereignty in exchange for military support. The teenage Cleopatra observed all this with those keen eyes that missed nothing. She saw how power required constant performance, constant reinforcement, how it could slip away like water through cupped hands if one's grip weakened for even a moment. Berenice married twice in quick succession, first to a man who proved unsuitable and was quickly removed, then to Archelaus, a man of uncertain background who at least had the virtue of being willing to fight for the throne he had acquired through marriage. In 55 BCE, the reckoning came. Auletes returned, not alone, but with Roman legions commanded by Aulus Gabinius, governor of Syria, who had been well paid for his services. The Roman soldiers marched into Egypt with the ease of a superior force brushing aside inadequate resistance. Cleopatra would have seen them, these legionaries in their iron helmets and larica segmentata, their rectangular shields painted with the emblems of their units, their javelins and short swords, their discipline and training that made them the finest fighting force in the ancient world. She saw how family bonds meant nothing when weighed against political necessity, how sisters could become enemies, how affection was always subordinate to ambition in the deadly game of royal politics. Among those Roman soldiers was a young cavalry officer, probably still in his mid-20s, named Marcus Antonius, known to history as Mark Antony. He would have passed through the palace as part of the occupation force, perhaps even glimpsed the teenage princess in some formal reception. She would have heard Latin commands ringing through palace corridors, would have understood viscerally what she had already known intellectually. Rome's power was irresistible. Egypt's independence of fiction maintained only so long as it suited Roman purposes. Auletes' restoration was swift and brutal. Berenice was executed on her father's orders, killed without mercy, her brief reign ending in blood. The teenage Cleopatra witnessed this, understood that this was the price of failure in their family, that there was no second place, no gentle retirement for deposed rulers. You triumphed or you died. She was now elevated in importance, one step closer to the throne, her older sister dead, her younger sister Arsino less significant, her brothers still children. She was perhaps 15 years old, and she had already seen more intrigue and violence than most people witness in a lifetime. Neither could have imagined that their lives would become so fatally intertwined that 2 decades later this Roman soldier and this Egyptian princess would stake everything on their love and their alliance and lose. The lesson sank deep, became part of the bedrock of her understanding of power. The Roman soldiers who had restored Aulites remained in Egypt, officially to maintain stability, in reality to ensure the restored king remembered who had given him back his throne. They were a constant reminder of Rome's dominance, their presence humiliating to Egyptian pride, their demands for payment draining the treasury. The palace was beautiful with its gardens and fountains, its fine art and luxurious appointments. But it was also a place where fathers executed daughters, where power was the only currency that mattered, where the penalty for losing was death. His will, deposited in Rome for safekeeping, named as his heirs his eldest surviving children, 18-year-old Cleopatra and 10-year-old Ptolemy. They were to rule jointly, married to each other as Ptolemaic tradition demanded, their reign guaranteed by Rome. Aulites spent his last years desperately trying to raise money, debasing the coinage, increasing taxes, squeezing his subjects to satisfy his Roman creditors. When he died in 51 BCE, he left a kingdom wealthy in resources but nearly bankrupt in practical terms, its future entirely dependent on Roman whim. Cleopatra took power as spring came to Egypt in the year 51, the season when the land was still green from the previous year's flood, before the summer heat turned everything to bronze and gold. She faced immediate challenges that would have broken most rulers. Egypt was suffering through a series of inadequate Nile floods, the annual inundation failing to rise to optimal levels, which meant reduced harvests, which meant less grain for export, which meant less revenue, which meant difficulty meeting obligations to Roman creditors. The young queen moved to address these problems with an energy that surprised those who had expected her to be a mere figurehead. She traveled upriver to Elephantine, the sacred site where priests measured the flood level, participating in ceremonies that associated the pharaoh with the life-giving inundation. It was a recipe for catastrophe, for the court was immediately divided into factions, some supporting the young queen, others preferring the boy king they could more easily control. Famine threatened in some regions, and with hunger came the danger of unrest, of rebellion, of the kind of chaos that would provide Rome with an excuse to intervene more directly. This identification with Egyptian tradition was deliberate and profound. Where her ancestors had ruled almost exclusively from Alexandria, rarely venturing into the Egyptian heartland, Cleopatra made sure she was seen at the ancient religious centers. Monuments were erected bearing her cartouche, inscriptions carved in hieroglyphs proclaiming her piety and devotion to the gods. She allowed herself to be depicted in traditional pharaonic regalia, wearing the double crown of Upper and Lower Egypt, holding the crook and flail, those ancient symbols of royal authority. She issued orders for careful management of grain reserves, for temple granaries to provide seed for the next planting. She presented herself to her Egyptian subjects not as a Greek foreigner, but as Pharaoh in the ancient tradition, the living Horus, the daughter of Ra, the guarantee of Ma'at, that cosmic order that ensured the Nile would flood and Egypt would prosper. But even as she cultivated Egyptian support, she could not ignore the realities of power in her own court. Her young brother, or rather those who controlled him, represented a constant threat. Chief among these was Pothinus, a eunuch who served as the boy's regent and clearly hoped to marginalize the queen and rule through his more malleable charge. She understood that legitimacy in Egypt came not just from military power or dynastic right, but from embodying the sacred role of pharaoh, that role which stretched back through the centuries to the very beginning of Egyptian civilization. The first years of the joint reign were marked by increasing tension. Cleopatra initially maintained the fiction of co-rule, appearing publicly with her brother-husband, issuing decrees in both their names as tradition demanded. But gradually, documents began appearing in her name alone, an assertion of sole authority that violated their father's will. The struggle took place in perfumed rooms where the stakes were life and death, in whispered conversations in columned corridors, in a careful maneuvering for advantage that characterized palace politics. Cleopatra was brilliant at this game, her intelligence coupled with an emotional insight that allowed her to understand and manipulate others' motivations. There was also Theodotus, the king's tutor, and Achilles, commander of the royal army. These three men formed a triumvirate of ambition, seeing in young Ptolemy a puppet they could manipulate, and in Cleopatra an obstacle to be removed. She was testing boundaries, asserting her will, trying to establish herself as the true ruler of Egypt rather than merely the elder partner in a joint monarchy. She fled Alexandria, forced out by those who had convinced the young king and the mob that she was usurping his authority. She withdrew to the eastern frontier, to the desert regions where Egypt bordered Judea and Arabia, taking with her those retainers who remained loyal. And there, in the desert, she did something unprecedented for a 21-year-old woman in the ancient world. The details are lost to history, but the fact remains. She must have used her own resources, whatever gold and treasure she had managed to take in her flight. She must have drawn on the loyalty of those who saw in her a legitimate ruler wrongfully deposed. Perhaps she recruited from among the desert tribes, Arabs, and others who had their own grievances against Alexandria. But her enemies were numerous and determined, and by 48 BCE, they had succeeded in driving her from power. She raised an army, and then, into this complex situation, came Pompey the Great, one of Rome's most powerful men, fleeing from defeat at Pharsalus, where Julius Caesar had shattered his army and his dreams of supremacy. Perhaps her force of personality was such that soldiers followed her because they believed in her. However she accomplished it, by autumn of 48 BCE, she had gathered an army and was preparing to invade her own kingdom, to fight her way back to the throne that was rightfully hers. The young Ptolemy's advisors faced an impossible choice: grant Pompey refuge and risk Caesar's wrath when he inevitably pursued his defeated enemy, turn him away and risk offending his still considerable faction, appearing weak and ungrateful. They chose a third option, one that seemed clever in a moment, but would prove catastrophic. Pompey's ship appeared in Alexandria's great harbor, carrying the defeated champion of the Roman Republic's old order, seeking refuge in the kingdom he had protected years before when he confirmed Aulit's restoration. It was a miscalculation born of fundamental misunderstanding of Roman values. When Caesar arrived days later, pursuing his enemy, expecting to accept his surrender and perhaps show the mercy that was becoming his trademark, he was instead presented with Pompey's severed head. Caesar wept, whether the tears were genuine grief or political performance. They demonstrated what the Egyptians had failed to grasp. Pompey had been Caesar's son-in-law, married to Julia, who had died years before. He had been Caesar's partner before becoming his rival. He was, above all, a Roman aristocrat, and his murder by foreigners was an insult to Roman dignity that could not be overlooked. Caesar landed with perhaps 4,000 troops, not an invading army, but a bodyguard. He took up residence in the royal palace, flying Roman standards from its walls, a symbolic assertion of authority. They invited Pompey to come ashore, and as his boat approached the beach, as he stepped from the vessel in front of his wife and children who watched from the deck, they cut him down, murdered him in the shallows, and severed his head to present to Caesar as proof of their loyalty to the victor. The Egyptians had thought to win Caesar's favor and had instead made a powerful enemy. Young Ptolemy was summoned to the palace to meet Caesar, his advisors hoping to present their case for the boy's sole rule, to portray Cleopatra as a usurper. But Cleopatra was not about to let them control the narrative. She was outside Alexandria with her army, unable to enter the city openly without starting a battle she might not win. The answer became legend. The details vary. Some say she was wrapped in a carpet, others a simple linen sack, but the essence remains. At night, a small boat approached the palace waterfront. From it emerged Apollodorus the Sicilian, one of her loyal supporters, carrying a large bundle. He made his way past Caesar's guards to the very chambers where the Roman proconsul was staying. Imagine the moment. Caesar, in his mid-50s, balding and famously vain about his appearance, brilliant and ruthless, fresh from the greatest military triumph of his career, suddenly confronted with this young woman who had found a way to circumvent every obstacle between them. He announced that as guarantor of Alite's will, he would adjudicate the dispute between the siblings, would settle Egypt's affairs before moving on to deal with what remained of Pompey's faction in the east. The palace was under Roman occupation. Her brother's forces controlled the streets. How could she reach Caesar? And there, the bundle was unrolled, and Cleopatra stepped out. What passed between them through that night, we can only imagine. But by morning, Caesar had made his decision. He would enforce the original will. Cleopatra and Ptolemy would rule jointly. It was clear to everyone which sibling had the Romans' favor and support. Cleopatra had won, had made herself essential to Caesar's plans. Cleopatra, 21 years old, understanding that everything depended on this encounter, that she had one chance to win the support of the most powerful man in the world. She spoke to him in Latin, her voice clear, no interpreter necessary, her intelligence and education immediately apparent. The young king's advisors were horrified, their plans undone by a woman's audacity. Riots erupted in Alexandria, mobs stirred by those who objected to Roman interference surrounding the royal quarter, trapping Caesar's small force in the heart of the city, besieged and cut off from reinforcement. The fighting spread through the harbor district. Fire broke out, flames spreading to warehouses that held thousands of scrolls from the great library. How much was lost remains debated, but some portion of humanity's accumulated knowledge burned that winter, an irreplaceable tragedy. Caesar held out through weeks of siege, Cleopatra with him in the palace, her fate now tied completely to his. Relief forces gradually arrived, trickling in by sea, and Caesar mounted a counteroffensive. The decisive battle came in March 47 BCE in the Nile Delta. The Roman legions, even outnumbered, proved superior to the mercenary army they faced. She had also, almost certainly, become his lover, beginning a relationship that would profoundly affect both their lives. What followed was the Alexandrian War, a strange conflict that saw the greatest general of the age trapped by an angry mob and hostile army, fighting for his life in a city he had thought to control with ease. If he fell, she would almost certainly be killed. Young Ptolemy's forces were shattered, and in the retreat, the boy king drowned in the Nile, his gilded armor dragging him down into the river his ancestors had worshipped as divine. He was perhaps 14 years old. With her brother dead, Cleopatra's position was secure, but forms had to be observed. She married her youngest brother, another Ptolemy, this one only 11 years old. He would be Ptolemy 14, a child who could be safely ignored while his sister exercised real power. The marriage was legal fiction, satisfying convention while ensuring Cleopatra alone held authority. Imagine them reclining under silk awnings as the river landscape drifted past, green fields and palm groves, ancient temples, and timeless villages. They would have stopped at significant sites where Cleopatra explained the long history of her kingdom, where Caesar gazed on monuments that made Rome's buildings seem young. Caesar desired to see more of Egypt, and Cleopatra was happy to show him. They made a journey up the Nile together that became famous for its extravagance, sailing on a royal barge that was more floating palace than ship, accompanied by a fleet of supply vessels, a demonstration of wealth meant to impress the Roman with Egypt's resources. Caesar remained in Egypt for months, an extraordinary length of time for a man who supposedly had urgent business elsewhere. His officers grew restive, wondering why their commander lingered. The answer became apparent when, in summer 47 BCE, Cleopatra gave birth to a son. They would have talked through warm nights, two of the most brilliant political minds of their age, planning, scheming, becoming ever more entwined in their ambitions. She named him Ptolemy Caesar, but he would be known as Caesarion, Little Caesar, and she claimed openly that the Roman proconsul was his father. This was bold and dangerous. Caesar already had a great-nephew and adopted heir in Rome, young Octavian. He had no legitimate children, no son to carry his name. If Caesarion truly was his son, it complicated Roman succession immensely. Caesar never formally acknowledged the boy, but neither denied him, a careful ambiguity that kept options open. The next years passed in relative peace. Cleopatra ruled as queen, her young brother-husband a nonentity, her son growing from infant to toddler. She proved an able administrator, attentive to detail, willing to involve herself in taxation and trade, agriculture and justice. Finally, Caesar departed, sailing away to deal with his remaining military opponents, leaving Cleopatra secure on her throne, a new mother, a queen whose position rested on Roman support, but who had proven more than capable of maintaining power. She was 22 years old, and she had survived trials that had killed stronger rulers. But her thoughts must have turned often to Rome, where Caesar was consolidating power, transforming the Republic into something new, gathering honors and titles that made him increasingly resemble a king in all but name. In 46 BCE, Caesar celebrated 4 triumphs, elaborate victory parades showcasing his conquests. She continued cultivating Egyptian priestly support, making generous donations to temples, confirming privileges, participating in ceremonies. To her Egyptian subjects, she was pharaoh in the traditional sense, the divine ruler ensuring Ma'at. To her Greek subjects, she was a Hellenistic monarch, a patron of learning and arts, a sophisticated ruler of a cosmopolitan kingdom. Then, remarkably, Cleopatra traveled to Rome, bringing young Caesarion and a large retinue. Caesar installed her in one of his estates across the Tiber, where she held court as a visiting monarch. Her presence was scandalous and fascinating. Romans were captivated by this exotic queen who spoke perfect Latin, whose intelligence impressed even Rome's educated elite. She stayed in Rome for more than a year, suggesting plans that extended beyond the immediate present. Perhaps they discussed a future where Rome and Egypt would be bound in a new kind of empire, where their son might inherit both. Perhaps Caesar valued her counsel, found in her a political intelligence matching his own. Egypt was represented by images and spoils, and Arsinoe, Cleopatra's younger sister who had sided with Ptolemy during the Civil War, was paraded in chains before being exiled. Caesar made no secret of their relationship, outraging traditionalists who saw in this foreign queen a corrupting influence. Whatever the reasons, Cleopatra was present during the critical period when Caesar was at the height of his power, when his reforms were reshaping the Republic, when his enemies were growing desperate. She was in Rome when, on the Ides of March 44 BCE, senators surrounded Caesar in the Senate House and stabbed him to death. The assassination was meant to save the Republic, but plunged Rome into chaos. For Cleopatra, it was catastrophic. Her protector was dead, her son's father murdered, her position suddenly uncertain. Caesar's death unleashed another round of civil war as his assassins fought against his supporters. Led by Mark Antony and Octavian, who despite mutual suspicion united against the common enemy. For several years, Cleopatra maintained careful neutrality, sending modest help to various parties, but avoiding decisive commitment. This was dangerous but necessary. Caesar appointed himself dictator for life, assumed powers that made him effectively a monarch, placed his image on coins. To Romans raised on republican values, this was threatening, smacking of tyranny. But to Cleopatra, this was simply how power functioned, how great rulers secured their legacy. She left Rome quickly, returning to Alexandria, where at least she held undisputed power. In 44 BCE, shortly after returning to Egypt, her young brother-husband Ptolemy, 14, died. The circumstances are unclear, but suspicion falls on Cleopatra. He had reached an age where he might begin asserting himself, might become a rallying point for opposition. His death, convenient for the queen, removed that possibility. The Roman civil wars ground on. Vast armies clashed at Philippi, where Caesar's assassins were defeated. Antony and Octavian divided the Roman world, Octavian taking the west, Antony the east, their alliance uneasy but necessary. Commit too early to the wrong side and face retribution from the victors. Support no one and be seen as unreliable. She elevated Caesarion to co-ruler, making him Ptolemy 15, though he was only 3 years old. Now her heir was a son she controlled absolutely, Caesar's son, a boy embodying the Roman-Egyptian alliance she saw as Egypt's best hope. She went, but on her own terms. The meeting at Tarsus in 41 BCE became legend. She arrived not as supplicant, but as queen, sailing up the river in a barge that astonished all who saw it. Ancient sources describe a vessel with gilded stern, purple sails, silver oars moving to the sound of flutes and harps. Antony, securing his territories in the eastern Mediterranean, sent word that Queen Cleopatra was to come to him at Tarsus to explain her conduct during the Civil War, to pledge loyalty, to provide resources he needed. Mark Antony was no Julius Caesar, but he was nonetheless one of the most powerful men alive. In his early 40s, a Roman aristocrat known for military competence and Dionysian appetites. He had been Caesar's second-in-command and had delivered the famous funeral oration that turned the mob against the assassins. Cleopatra reclined under a canopy of gold cloth, dressed as Aphrodite, attended by servants costumed as cupids and sea nymphs. It was spectacular political theater, a show of wealth and power designed to captivate. Now he controlled Rome's eastern territories and needed Egypt's cooperation and resources. She invited Antony to a series of banquets aboard her barge, displays of luxury demonstrating Egypt's wealth. Ancient writers describe stunning extravagance, rooms aglow with thousands of candles, tables laden with delicacies, finest wines flowing freely. On one occasion, she supposedly dissolved a priceless pearl in vinegar and drank it, a gesture of magnificent waste proving Egypt's resources were limitless. Cleopatra was 28, no longer the young woman who had captivated Caesar, but in the full maturity of her powers, experienced in rule and diplomacy. The meeting at Tarsus marked the beginning of history's most famous love affair. Though like her relationship with Caesar, it was romance intertwined inextricably with political calculation. It worked. Antony was captivated, agreeing to what Cleopatra needed: elimination of threats to her rule. Her sister Arsinoe, in exile at Ephesus, was assassinated on Antony's orders, a violation of sanctuary that shocked Greek sensibilities but removed a potential rival. Whether this actually happened or is embellishment, it captures Cleopatra's strategy to overwhelm Antony with magnificence, to make him understand that alliance with Egypt brought not just military resources, but wealth and sophistication crude Roman power alone could not achieve. Antony followed Cleopatra to Alexandria and spent the winter there, a winter of feasting and pleasure. They formed a society called the Inimitable Livers, dedicated to enjoying life's pleasures without restraint. They drank and feasted, wandered the streets at night in disguise, seeking amusement, hunted and fished, attended performances and philosophical discussions. But Antony was married to Fulvia, a formidable Roman woman who in his absence caused trouble in Italy, stirring opposition to Octavian, perhaps trying to force Antony to return. By spring 40 BCE, news reached Alexandria that Fulvia's intrigues had led to war in Italy, and Antony was forced to depart. In exchange, Egypt's resources flowed to support Antony's planned campaigns against the Parthians who had destroyed Crassus and represented an ongoing threat to Roman prestige. It was a season outside time, a respite from power's demands, or perhaps a deepening of their alliance through shared pleasure. Antony's departure must have been painful, though Cleopatra could not show weakness. She had gambled again, invested in alliance with a powerful Roman who was sailing away, recalled by his own political struggles. She had no guarantee he would return, no certainty the alliance would endure. Antony did not return for years. He was forced to make peace with Octavian, and as part of that peace, he married Octavian's sister Octavia, a politically expedient marriage binding the two triumvirs in family alliance. When word reached Alexandria of this marriage, Cleopatra must have felt the bitter sting of abandonment, the keen awareness that Roman politics trumped personal commitments. He left behind a pregnant Cleopatra, their brief time together having resulted in the conception of twins. But she had secured important concessions, the elimination of rivals, and soon she would have more of Antony's children, further bonds securing his loyalty. For 3 years, Cleopatra ruled Egypt alone, maintaining her kingdom's prosperity, raising her children, watching from a distance as Roman politics evolved. Antony was in Athens with Octavia, presenting himself as a Hellenistic monarch, trying to rebuild after struggles in Italy. She gave birth to twins, a boy and girl she named Alexander Helios and Cleopatra Selene, sun and moon, grand names for children whose father was now married to someone else. She went, bringing gold and supplies, bringing also the confidence of a queen who knew her value. They reunited in Antioch in 37 BCE, and Antony, perhaps in gratitude, perhaps acknowledging his children, perhaps because he needed to secure her full support, granted Cleopatra vast territories. He gave her portions of the Phoenician coast, parts of Judea and Arabia, regions of Syria, Cyprus. His great eastern campaign against Parthia ended in disaster, his army forced to retreat through hostile territory with heavy losses, his prestige damaged. He needed Egypt again, needed Cleopatra's support, and so he sent for her, asking her to meet him in Syria. This expansion was controversial in Rome, seen as Antony giving away Roman territories to his foreign mistress, but from his perspective it made strategic sense. He needed a strong and wealthy Egypt to support his campaigns, and consolidating eastern territories under Cleopatra's rule created a stable base. Cleopatra and Antony spent years together after their reunion, their lives and policies increasingly intertwined. She accompanied him on campaign or waited in Alexandria between campaigns, managing supplies and funds that kept his armies in the field. She bore him another son, Ptolemy Philadelphus, giving Antony 3 children in addition to his Roman offspring. With these grants, Egypt's territory expanded beyond anything the Ptolemies had controlled in generations, and Cleopatra stood as the most powerful ruler in the eastern Mediterranean. It also revealed how he was thinking about power, not in traditional Roman terms of senatorial authority and republican forms, but in terms of Hellenistic monarchy, divine rulers governing vast territories. In 34 BCE, after a successful Armenian campaign, Antony held a triumph in Alexandria, a calculated insult to Roman sensibilities since triumphs were supposed to be celebrated in Rome. The procession featured the captured Armenian king and his family, spoils of war, pageantry of victory, all staged in Egypt's capital with Cleopatra presiding. Cleopatra was proclaimed Queen of Kings, Caesarion confirmed as King of Kings and co-ruler with his mother, Alexander Helios declared ruler of Armenia and Parthia and eastern territory beyond, Cleopatra Selene given Cyrenaica and Libya, young Ptolemy Philadelphus receiving Syria and Cilicia. Their household blended Roman and Egyptian elements, Latin and Greek spoken interchangeably, rough Roman military culture mixing with Alexandrian sophistication. Then came an even more dramatic ceremony, the donations of Alexandria, where Antony publicly acknowledged his children with Cleopatra and granted them grand titles and territories. The ceremony was held in Alexandria's gymnasium, and Cleopatra sat on a golden throne dressed as Isis, the divine mother whose cult was spreading throughout the Hellenistic world. This identification with Isis was central to how Cleopatra presented herself, particularly in her later years. These were titles more than realities, promises of future kingdoms more than present territories, but the symbolism was unmistakable. Antony was setting up a rival court in the east, a power center challenging Rome's supremacy, a dynasty that would inherit territories Romans considered their own. In Rome, Octavian watched with a mixture of genuine outrage and calculated opportunism. Antony's behavior gave him perfect ammunition for a propaganda campaign, portraying Antony as bewitched by a foreign sorceress, corrupted by Eastern decadence, betraying Roman values for an Egyptian seductress's embrace. Isis was the ideal queen, devoted wife and mother, protector of the vulnerable, goddess whose magic had resurrected Osiris and whose power sustained cosmic order. By appearing as Isis, Cleopatra claimed divine authority, presented herself as embodiment of the feminine divine, aligned herself with a goddess whose appeal transcended ethnic and cultural boundaries. The final break came in 32 BCE when Antony formally divorced Octavia, Octavian's sister, a personal and political insult that could not be overlooked. Octavian retaliated by seizing Antony's will from the Temple of Vesta, illegally reading it before the Senate, revealing or claiming to reveal that Antony wished to be buried in Alexandria rather than Rome, that he acknowledged his children with Cleopatra as heirs, that he had essentially gone native, become un-Roman. Never mind that Octavian himself would adopt monarchical power and Eastern customs once he had eliminated his rival. What mattered was creating a narrative justifying war, uniting Romans behind Octavian by portraying the conflict not as civil war, but as defensive struggle against foreign conquest. Whether the will actually said these things or Octavian fabricated them, it served its purpose. The Senate stripped Antony of his powers and declared war not on Antony, which would have been admitting civil war, but on Cleopatra, making the conflict appear to be a foreign war against Egypt. Antony and Cleopatra gather their forces through 32 and 31 BCE, assembling a fleet and army that was substantial but not overwhelming. They positioned themselves at Actium on the western coast of Greece, where their fleet could guard the mouth of the Ambracian Gulf, and their army was supplied from Egypt via sea routes. The stage was set for the final act, for the confrontation that would determine whether Rome's future lay with the traditional republic or open monarchy, whether the Mediterranean world would have multiple power centers or a single supreme authority, whether Cleopatra's vision of a Roman-Egyptian alliance could survive, or whether Egypt would finally fall under direct Roman control. Octavian and his brilliant Admiral Agrippa brought their forces to confront them, and through summer 31 BCE, the two sides maneuvered, Octavian trying to force a decisive battle, Antony trying to preserve his forces until political developments in Rome might turn in his favor. The Battle of Actium on September 2nd, 31 BCE, was less battle than disintegration. As the fleets engaged, Cleopatra's squadron suddenly broke away, sailing through the battle and out to open sea with the wind behind them. Antony, seeing this, abandoned his flagship and transferred to a smaller vessel to follow her. His fleet, seeing their commander flee, lost cohesion. But time worked against Antony. His troops were ravaged by disease in coastal marshes, his supplies interdicted by Agrippa's aggressive naval operations. Defections began as supporters lost confidence. By September, the situation was untenable, and Antony decided to attempt a naval breakout to fight through Octavian's blockade and escape to Egypt where he could rebuild. Why did Cleopatra break away? Hostile sources portray her as panicking, female weakness causing disaster. But perhaps the plan had always been to preserve as many ships as possible, to break out while battle provided cover, accepting loss of the fleet's fighting capacity in exchange for saving Cleopatra's treasure ships and escaping to fight another day. Though many ships fought on with desperate courage, the outcome was inevitable. Some vessels were captured, some burned, some managed to escape. Antony's army, watching from shore, held together for a few days, then surrendered to Octavian, their loyalty evaporating once he had abandoned them. They returned to Egypt, knowing the end approached, but perhaps not realizing how complete their defeat had been. They still had resources, still controlled Egypt, might still recruit new forces, might still make terms with Octavian. If so, the plan succeeded in its limited objective but failed strategically, leaving Antony's reputation in ruins, branded a coward who abandoned his men. But Octavian was implacable. He gave them no real hope, offering at most vague possibilities if Cleopatra would kill Antony or surrender herself. He was marching east at deliberate pace, consolidating control of territories that had been Antony's, approaching Egypt with the inevitability of slowly rising tide. They spent months in strange twilight, maintaining some semblance of normalcy, feasting and celebrating as before, though now their society was renamed the companions unto death. Embassies went back and forth, Antony and Cleopatra each trying separately to negotiate with Octavian, seeking some way to preserve themselves or at least their children. Antony attempted one last time to fight, leading a cavalry sortie that achieved minor success, but it was futile and he knew it. When his remaining forces deserted, going over to Octavian, Antony returned to the palace and received false word that Cleopatra was dead, that she had killed herself. But the wound was not immediately fatal, and word came that Cleopatra still lived, had shut herself in her tomb with her most loyal attendants. Antony was carried to the tomb, but Cleopatra, fearing treachery, would not open the doors. Instead, ropes were lowered from an upper window, and the dying Antony was hauled up, a humiliating end for the once powerful triumvirate. By summer 30 BCE, he was at Egypt's frontier, and such forces as Antony could gather were hopelessly inadequate to resist the battle-hardened legions Octavian commanded. In despair, he stabbed himself, falling on his sword in the traditional Roman manner, seeking to die with at least his honor intact. Cleopatra was now alone, her last protector gone, her kingdom defenseless, her life at the mercy of the victor who had every reason to destroy her. She attempted to negotiate, received visits from Octavian's representatives, was promised vague reassurances. But she must have known her fate. She determined to deny him that satisfaction. The exact circumstances are debated, but the essential facts are clear. Cleopatra killed herself in August 30th BCE, probably through poison rather than the snake bite of legend, though the image of the ASP has proven irresistible to artists through the centuries. She was 39 years old. She had ruled for 22 years. He died in Cleopatra's arms, urging her to make her peace with Octavian if she could, at least according to sources that describe this scene. Octavian would parade her through Rome in his triumph, would display the conquered queen in chains before the mob, would humiliate her as his propaganda had humiliated her for years. She had loved two of the most powerful men of her age and outlived them both, and now she chose death over degradation of being paraded as captive. Octavian had her buried with honor beside Antony, a gesture of respect for her dignity, if not her politics. But he showed no mercy to her children. Caesar Ion, now 17, was hunted down and killed, his existence as Caesar's possible son too dangerous to tolerate. Her attendants died with her, IRAs and Charmian, faithful to the end, ensuring their queen died as a queen, attended in death as she had been in life. When Octavian's men broke into the tomb, they found Cleopatra dead, lying on a golden couch, dressed in her royal regalia, the last pharaoh of Egypt gone into whatever afterlife awaited her. Egypt itself ceased to exist as an independent kingdom. Octavian annexed it as his personal property, not a province of the Roman Senate, but the private domain of the emperor. For that is what Octavian would become, taking the title Augustus and transforming Rome from republic to empire. Octavian's advisor had said too many Caesars is not good, and so the boy who might have united Rome and Egypt died, his body disposed of, his fate a footnote. The children of Antony and Cleopatra were spared, taken to Rome to be raised by Octavia, Antony's Roman widow, a strange mercy that saw them survive, but as captives in the city that had destroyed their parents. And Cleopatra became legend, her story told and retold, distorted through the lens of Roman propaganda, transformed into a cautionary tale about dangers of female sexuality and foreign influence, or alternatively into a romantic tragedy of doomed love, or into a story of a brilliant woman who almost succeeded in preserving her kingdom's independence against impossible odds. Consider this woman who lived so intensely, who played the game of power as well as any man of her time, whose intelligence and charisma left impressions that survived the hostility of those who wrote her history. She was born into a dying world, the last age of independent Hellenistic kingdoms, the final years before Rome would dominate the entire Mediterranean basin. Egypt's wealth would flow to Rome for centuries, its grain feeding the city, its treasures adorning Roman temples, its culture gradually absorbed into the larger Roman world. Poets and playwrights, historians and novelists, artists and filmmakers have been drawn to her story for 2 millennia, each age finding in her what it wishes to see. Think of her in her final moments, preparing herself for death, adorning herself in royal regalia, ensuring she would die as she had lived, as pharaoh, as queen, as the living Isis. She had seen so much, had known triumph and disaster, had borne children and lost them, had loved and been loved, had ruled with wisdom and courage and ruthlessness, had tried to chart a course through impossible circumstances. The Nile still flows through Egypt, though much changed from her time, its flood controlled by dams, its banks crowned with modern cities. But beneath the modern landscape, traces of her world remain. Temples where her cartouches can still be read, inscriptions proclaiming her piety to the ancient gods, fragments of statuary showing her in traditional regalia. She fought with every weapon available to preserve her kingdom and dynasty, and she came astonishingly close to succeeding. And in the end, when all was lost, she chose the manner of her own death, denied her enemies their final victory, left them only her body while her spirit fled to whatever realms the Egyptian dead inhabited. She spoke 9 languages, but her own voice is lost, mediated through hostile sources, through writers who served the dynasty that destroyed her. We cannot know her internal life, her private thoughts, what she felt as she held her dying lover, what she dreamed for her children, how she reconciled her political calculations with her personal emotions. But perhaps that is enough. Perhaps the outline is sufficient to see the shape of a remarkable life, a woman who transcended the limitations placed upon her sex in the ancient world, who ruled effectively in an age of chaos, who was taken seriously as a political actor by the greatest men of Rome, who left such an impression that her name became synonymous with queenship, with female power. In museums around the world, objects from her time survive, coins bearing her profile, showing not the impossible beauty of Hollywood, but the strong features of a real woman. intelligent and determined. We have only the outlines of her actions, the broad strokes of policy and alliance, romance and war, the story that has echoed through time, with the exotic allure of the ancient world. The ancient world sleeps beneath the sand, waiting for archaeologists to uncover its secrets. The Nile flows on toward the sea as it has for millions of years, as it will for millions more. The stars will overhead, the same stars Cleopatra saw, that the pyramid builders saw, that will shine long after we are gone. The palace gardens where she walked are gone, returned to sand and time, but somewhere in memory they bloom still, eternal in the country of imagination, where all lost things are preserved, where Alexandria still gleams on its peninsula, where the great lighthouse still sends its beam across the dark waters, where the library still stands with all its treasures intact. The darkness behind your closed eyes is the same darkness that held Cleopatra at the last. The soft darkness that is not absence but presence, not emptiness but fullness. The fertile darkness of Nile's silt. The rich darkness of the tomb that was also a womb. The darkness the ancient Egyptians called the fertile void from which all life emerges and to which all life returns. Where Cleopatra moves in her prime, speaking in her many tongues, laughing with her lovers, playing with her children, governing her kingdom, living in that eternal present where the past continues forever. Your breathing slows now, matching the rhythm of waves against ancient harbor walls, matching the eternal patience of the river flowing to the sea, matching the pulse of history itself, which moves like tide and wind, like sand shifting in patterns that seem chaotic but follow laws as ancient as the stars. Rest in the knowledge that her story is finished, complete, a perfect art from birth through triumph and love and loss to death chosen on her own terms. Rest in the darkness that held her, that holds all the generations that have come and gone, that will hold you gently through this night and release you whole and restored when morning comes. The voice that tells this story fades now, like footsteps in sand, like smoke dispersing on the wind, like the last note of a flute played in an empty palace, dissolving into the silence that surrounds all speech, the generous silence that asks nothing and offers everything, the silence of deep rest. The story is told. The palace is empty. The last lamp has been extinguished. Sleep now as the ancient queen sleeps, as pharaohs sleep in their tombs, as the desert sleeps beneath the stars, as the river sleeps even while it flows. Sleep in peace, in perfect stillness, in the arms of night that hold all things with equal tenderness, the small and the great, the forgotten and the famous, you and Cleopatra both, held in the same gentle darkness, the same eternal now. The night spreads its cloak of stars over sleeping Egypt, over the sleeping world, over you sleeping now, drifting deeper, deeper still, into the realm where dreams rise like lotus flowers from dark water, where consciousness dissolves like salt in the river, where all boundaries fade and there is only peace, only rest, only the soft embrace of sleep that heals all wounds and makes all things new. Sleep well, traveler. The ancient world bids you good night. The stars watch over your sleeping form as they watched over Cleopatra, as they watch over all who rest beneath their ancient light. Tomorrow you will wake refreshed, but not yet, not yet. For now, there's only this moment, this breath, this gentle surrendering to the tide that carries you into the deep waters of sleep. Good night. Sleep. Rest in peace. All is well. The story is complete. Darkness holds you safe. Sleep comes like blessing. Sleep,